Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Peace and blessings be upon you all. I'm Omar Salha, the founder and chief executive of Ramadan 10 Project. And I'm delighted to say that today is the UK's inaugural Welcome Ramadan conference launch. This conference was set up with the idea of bringing different communities together, fulfilling the mission of RTP, which is building bridges, connecting and convening scholars, activists, community members, economists, artists, and people in different sectors of life. And of course, developing greater understanding and appreciation of the month of Ramadan. The month of Ramadan has several different themes attached to it. And this is one of the many beauties and wisdom of this blessed month, is that each of us respectively have something connected to this month, whether it would be through charity giving, whether it is through immersing ourselves in introspection and worship to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Or it may very well be an opportunity for us to reconnect with our culture, with our heritage and tradition, and also an opportunity for us to appreciate the power of food in gathering different communities from around the globe. And so if you were to ask a number of people in one room, what does Ramadan mean to them? It is almost guaranteed that each answer would be unique and different. And so how do we talk about Ramadan with us preparing ourselves for this blessed month? And so the Welcome Ramadan Conference aims to do precisely that, to welcome the holiest of months and allow us to understand and appreciate the multi-layers that connect us back to this month. And in doing so, I'm really excited and delighted to have many experts join us today to shed light on some of these key issues, particularly across six key themes. Those 6 key themes are spirituality, consumerism, mental health and physical health well-being, culture, global stories and culture, charity, and of course, we end with food and identity. And so all of these panels will serve an opportunity for us to delve deeper into this blessed month of Ramadan and understand how powerful this month is in understanding the different conversational landscapes associated to it. As you all know, it has been an incredibly difficult year for all of us and around the globe with the global pandemic. It has been almost now over a year since the start of the first lockdown we saw in March 2020. And since then, RTP has had several challenges, like many other organizations, both big and small, where we've had to learn to adapt, to pivot, and to try to think creatively and innovatively to bring you some of these important conversations and spaces of exchange. And so the WRC this year is held virtually, whereas we look forward to next year, we'll be able to convene together in person to have these fruitful conversations. Having said that, it's also important that we pay tribute to those who have been amazing on the frontline staff from across the country and across the globe. Our thoughts and prayers are with them, and we give them our indebted gratitude and servitude in being able to be our heroes in facing this global pandemic. And of course, we have all had to face loss or to mourn a family member, both directly and indirectly. And so our thoughts and prayers also go out to those who are sadly no longer with us. And we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to grant them the highest levels of paradise and to protect all of our loved ones, both the young and the elderly, from every ill and harm that we may face. And so, one of the many beauties and wisdoms that I have personally had, which I would like to share with you all, is entering into the global pandemic and the first lockdown in March 2020, we were blessed with the month of Ramadan. And now we find ourselves a year later with another lockdown on the verge of coming out, and hopefully one will pray that we have seen the end of this and back to some sort of normalcy. We are also blessed with the month of Ramadan on the cusp of us coming out of this lockdown in May. And so it reminded me that when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when He tests a people, or when He tests a person or an individual with some hardship, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala not only brings you to the station of that hardship, but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will also bring you through that station of hardship, and then we will meet him on the other side as well. For Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the all-knowing and the all-powerful, and He is the creator of all worlds. And for us, this opportunity is a reminder, if you will, that Allah is the controller of time, and we believe in His decree, and our tawakkul and our reliance is upon Him. And so we use this month as a means of spiritual boost, as a reconnection, not only reconnecting with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but also those around us. For increasing taqwa in Ramadan is not only our appreciation and obviously worship and consciousness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but consciousness also of our surrounding. And so with that said, I'm incredibly delighted and proud of the team to have put together this incredibly amazing list of panelists, speakers, and contributors from different sectors where we appreciate their added value, we appreciate their expertise to add some great insight and analysis into some of the key questions that we discussed today. And I wish you all the very best. And I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to grant us a blessed and memorable Ramadan this year, and allow us to welcome Ramadan through this conference in a means to prepare us and take appreciation of the blessed month coming very, very soon. So, Jazakumullahu khairan. May Allah reward you all, and my thanks to you. Wassalamu alaikum.
Hello, mic check. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Okay, great. We're back. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you to Omar for that wonderful introduction. It is very strange indeed to be volunteering for RTP at a time when, you know, the main essence of the program is actually being in person with people. So that is very strange. But Qadr Allah, as He says, we will take the good from it, and inshallah we will benefit nonetheless. So today we're going to kick things off here with a very good discussion on spirituality. Obviously, that's the starting point for everything that we do. So what I'll do now is I'll introduce our two contributors who will give a presentation, a short presentation, after which we will be glad to take any questions that we have from guests. So our first contributor is Sheikh Abdul Latif Finch. He converted to Islam at the age of 20 and has earned ijazas in Islamic sciences, including Quranic sciences, Hadith, Maliki and Shafi jurisprudence, Usul al-Fiqh, and a host of other disciplines. He also co-founded the Lighthouse Mosque in Oakland, California, where he served as the Imam for 3 years until he resigned in 2012 to focus on his graduate studies. In addition to this, he has been a teacher and a program developer for Deen Intensive Foundation, Seekers Guidance, and has assisted Zaytuna College's Summer Arabic Intensive Program, among many other things. So, mashallah, we're very, very fortunate to have Sheikh Abdul Latif Finch here to start things off for us. And then after this, I will introduce our other speaker as well. But Sheikh, please, over to you.
Thank you. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد الفاتح لما أغلق وخاتم لما سبق ناصر الحق بالحق والهادي إلى صراطك المستقيم وعلى آله حق قدره والعظيم. Alhamdulillah, thank you so much for having me. I realize the time is short, so I don't want to take too long. But I want to make a clarifying point about sort of what I'm saying today. I think that part of the confusion about spirituality is that it's often separated from everything, and I don't think that's an accurate description. I have a spirit; my spirit goes wherever I go. So spirituality and the mundane world are very much connected. And so what I wanted to say today is going to sort of weave those things together, because I feel like that's the existential situation we find ourselves in. So it's not just purely spiritual talk, as we always put it. At any rate, spirituality. So you can define it as the quality of being concerned with the human spirit or soul. Some say as opposed to the material or physical world or physical things, but I don't think it doesn't necessarily in opposition. But it's definitely a concern. You could say, historically speaking, though, when we do kind of make it in this binary way, if you look at historically speaking, the casualties of individualism, one of them is the spirituality behind religion. Now, you only have to look at, in Europe, for example, in World War II, what happened there. With the rise of individualism, also was the rise of materialism, which we'll get into this, and everything kind of rises at once. And religion as we knew it sort of disappears in Europe and in America and on all sort of Western countries. Individualism is a sort of a theory that says that it's sort of favoring freedom of action of individuals over collective control. Now, I'm using these are common definitions. Now, notice the emphasis on control. For us, we have to think about it, freedom versus control. Like, what exactly does that mean? Is freedom to do whatever the ego, the body, and maybe even Shaitan commands us to do? Is that freedom? We'll just do whatever it is that we want to do. Is that freedom? Spirituality and Ramadan, these now sort of juxtaposing these ideas. A practical aspect of fasting on Ramadan is the restraint of the ego through control over one's senses. It's a practical aspect. And by doing so, one's spirit is freed from the tyranny of the material world, the body being the first manifestation of that. There is a tyranny because it wants to do what it wants to do, when it wants to do it, how it wants to do it, to the extent that it wants to do it. And that's all there is to it. That's our first obstacle. My first obstacle is myself, meaning my body and my desires. Materialism, it holds that our consciousness is not independent from the material world. So a materialist mindset understands that my ability to think is a product of the material world and not separate from it. It's not independent from it. So in other words, materialists do not believe that our consciousness can transcend the mundane world. That basically my thoughts cannot go beyond the physical world. Talk about being imprisoned. How does that manifest? Buying stuff is supposed to make you and I feel better. I'm feeling down, I need to buy something. And we saw this in 9/11. I remember being in America, and one of the weirdest things that I heard that caught my attention was the president saying at the time, let's show these people that we're not affected by what they've done, and let's go to our malls, our shopping centers, and purchase more things. that was the response. But one has to ask themselves, how is that working out? How is this paradigm working out? Materialism places all human interests at the feet of material pursuit, right? Religion is also defined as a pursuit or interest followed with great devotion. So this word has become sort of generalized also. Anything you follow with great devotion, like this is my religion. Thus, materialism, if we look around, is the fastest growing religion in the world. They say Islam is the fastest growing religion. I have to be real about it. I don't think that's true. So how is this analysis of materialism related to Ramadan? Where are we going with this? In other words, if a practical benefit in fasting on Ramadan is the liberation of the spirit from the tyranny of the ego and the senses, then a practical benefit of Ramadan is making a collective offensive move against materialism. That is a collective move for stuff's sake, which has been shown to be damaging. What? It's damaging personally, it's damaging socially, and it's damaging environmentally. This is a common complaint. How does materialism hurt us socially? Materialism is rooted in individualism. And the individualism, what does that mean? The individual simply makes a better consumer. One tends to consume more when considering their own individual desires over collective and societal needs. In other words, the individualism and the religion of materialism are hand in hand. So how does Ramadan help bring some balance to our Western lives, where material rules? Ramadan encourages the rise of the soul collectively, not individually, collectively. If one of the casualties of extreme individualism is the casualty of the soul, then one of the casualties of the collective empowerment of the soul is extreme consumerism. We can flip it around. That is to say, Ramadan is in opposition to the world's fastest growing religion. This is ironic. A religion that has been directly linked to the destruction of our planet. It has had the same effects on our communities and our souls. Whatever we're seeing outside, everything is hot, there's flooding, that's also that sort of chaos and sort of is also happening inside of us as well, and for the same reasons. Ramadan is a shield against the harms of the ego and the materialism that manifests it. So narrated by Abu Huraira, may Allah be pleased with him, he said, fasting is a shield. So the person observing fast should avoid relations and not behave foolishly. If someone wants to fight with him or abuse him, he should say, I am fasting, I'm fasting. In other words, one has control of the ego. The Prophet, peace be upon him, then added, by him in whose hands is my soul, the smell emitted from the mouth of the fasting person is better in the sight of Allah than musk. Even here, you see that the spiritual is appreciated over the material. The material, the body is manifesting something that might not be great, but the spiritual meaning behind it is more important. He who has left his food and drink and desires, he meaning, or they, the fasting person has left their food and drink and desires for my sake. The fast is for me, so I shall reward them for it, and the reward of good deeds is multiplied 10 times. All right. So that means that the ultimate manifestation of immateriality, if you think about it, the ultimate example of immateriality is God himself. And naturally, the ultimate reward for raising the soul collectively is not going to be materiality. In other words, the epiphany that comes is that the ultimate reward for this soul act that we do collectively is not paradise, because paradise is just another materiality. Rather, it's something completely transcendent, which is God himself, perhaps. Perhaps that is the collective reward we receive each Ramadan. In Ramadan, there's a collective reward that God has given himself to us even before we give ourselves over to him. In an act of pure freedom. In other words, we all feel something in Ramadan. What is that feeling that we have if it's not anything other than God's presence, the ultimate immateriality? In other words, it comes to us before we even finish the act of self-restraint. Now, I want to say in conclusion, an object of Ramadan 10 project, one of the objects and probably the most salient and sort of tangible is to bring the community together. And that means everyone together. It doesn't just mean Muslim, it means everyone who has a soul to come together, right? So it seems appropriate that who we are becomes clear to us first. So that we can come together, we need to know who we are. In order for us to know who we are, we have to understand our spirit. In order for us to understand our spirit, and the least we can do is let it talk to us. And when that spirit starts to talk to us, we realize its value over the material, that we are not what we own. You are not defined by what you own. Perhaps this is Islam's most general and important message in our times for our generation and generations to come. Perhaps it is the ultimate alternative for that reason. But I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. I'll definitely be abusing the chair's privilege to ask you a few questions well, shortly after we have our second contributor. Thank you very much for that. So our second contributor is Sarah Joseph, OBE, an award she was conferred in 2004 for services to interfaith dialogue and the promotion of women's rights. Previously CEO and editor of the Muslim lifestyle magazine Amal, she is also a commentator on British Muslim affairs. In 2010, she was listed as one of the world's 500 most influential Muslims by Georgetown University's the Prince Al-Walid bin Talal Center for Muslim-Christian Dialogue. And in 2006, she was also listed among the 100 most powerful Muslims in the Muslim Power 100 by Carter Anderson. So we are very, very delighted to have her here today to talk to us. Please, after you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I begin in the name of God, the merciful, the kind. Assalamu alaikum. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah that Allah allows us to come together, even if it be in this very strange virtual space. I have to be honest, when we had lockdown 1, the Zoom felt like a sort of wonderful thing that we were, bypassing the sort of complications of lockdown, but now I think we are all zoomed out in many, many ways, and I would love to be in the company of physical human beings. And I say that as an introvert, so I don't say that lightly, but I do thank the Ramadan Tent Project for bringing us together again, even if we have to be in this virtual space. So to the topic of spirituality in Ramadan, and many of the things I was going to say, the Sheikh has alluded to already. And I think for one thing that for me, I've come to question in life generally is the sort of search for a spiritual high, the spiritual experience. And I'm cautious of it. I'm cautious of this desire for the great spiritual lift. And the reason, I think, firstly, it's because I think we'll be disappointed very quickly if we're going into it for that reason and we don't access the spiritual dimension super fast, we can quite easily give up on our journey. And the other side of it is I often hear people who are trying to access this spiritual dimension, or this spiritual high, this experience as if it's a thrill ride at a theme park. I'm just not feeling it. I don't get anything out of it. I feel like I'm just going through the motion, which is true. It's true for all of us who embark on a spiritual journey. There will be very, very dry times. And if we're going into it with the expectation of a spiritual high, that when we don't feel it, when we're not getting something out of it, again, it kind of reinforces that it's about me and my experience and what I should be achieving. And I think that if we're after some kind of mystical, magical spiritual high, that it's not going to be easily forthcoming. I think firstly, it's about questioning our intentions at that point, but it's also that instant gratification perspective. I liken it to people wanting to be Bruce Lee, but before that they've done the kind of wax on, wax off stage. And if you don't get that 1984 Karate Kid reference, then maybe you'll get the Jaden Smith jacket on, jacket off reference. There's hard work to take place. There's habits to be built. There's mastery, and it doesn't happen on day one, and it may not even happen when you've been, at it for a long time. And I embraced Islam in 1988 when I was 16, and there are a lot of dry times in the spiritual journey. And but you have to keep practicing. It's like if you're learning an instrument and you are just having to do the scales, but we want to be Yo-Yo Ma on our cello on day one. We want to be a virtuoso on day one. It doesn't happen. And that's the same for the spiritual journey. So I'm very cautious about this spiritual experience, spiritual high. And finally, and the chef touched on this, I question the search for spiritual experience because it can feed and reinforce a mindset where we break ourselves up into different aspects of ourselves. We compartmentalize ourselves. It's prayer time. Oh, so this is soul time. This is the time for my spiritual time. Oh, it's Ramadan. Yes, we're having a community spiritual experience. Now it's time for the spiritual experience. I'm studying now. This is my mind time. I must focus my mind. Or I'm at the gym. Oh, this is body time. This is the time where I sort of train my body. And we break ourselves up into these compartments, which I think is a very secular understanding and not the Islamic perspective on the totality of the human experience. And there's a French philosopher whose name I can never pronounce, but I'll go for it. But it's Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. And anybody who speaks French, I'm sorry if I just gutted his name, but he's credited with saying, we are not human beings having a spiritual experience. We are spiritual beings having a human experience. And I think that does go quite a long way into thinking about our existential selves, our ultimate selves. And it does take us some way down a rich journey of discovery about our nature. But I've also been thinking about why God chose to make us embodied souls. And to recognize that by being embodied souls, we have rights to our bodies, and that the body experience is also part of the human experience, and also part of the spiritual experience. When we are experiencing breath and we're breathing in and breathing out, we can take that, that can become metaphysical, it can become spiritual. And for me, it then becomes how we approach life. And the Islamic tradition for me ultimately it's exquisite, absolutely exquisite in how it describes and gives each, the body, the soul, and the mind, its due measure in a totality, in a whole. It goes right back to our origins and the kind of origin stories. We are the children of Adam alayhi salam, and he was created from clay, his physical dimension, and the merciful subhanallah breathed ruh, breathed spirit into him, his spiritual dimension. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala taught him the names of all things, granting him cognition, the dimension of the mind. So his body, mind, and soul. And as Adam alayhi salam's children, as humans, we're kind of complex. We blend the physical, the mental, the spiritual. And if we give one precedent over the other and ignore ourselves as holistic human beings, it's to sort of miss out the totality of what we are. And I think it's really important to constantly reflect on what we're doing, to refocus in ourselves, in the totality. So when we pray, we take a moment of reflection that we are an embodied soul standing. And there's a feeling of standing and being grounded on the earth, and we're bending and we stand and we go down into prostration. It's a very, very physical experience. And yet we're trying to be spiritually conscious. And the same is there for Ramadan. And Ramadan really is a great blessing, because ultimately we can just get caught up in the physical manifestations of ourselves. It's all consuming. But I think that's the great challenge. And we get caught up in work, and we get caught up in family and entertainment, and most of all consumption. And I absolutely agree with the Sheikh when he says that the fastest growing religion is materialism. I remember writing back in about 2000, I had visited Saudi Arabia and I was studying there, and churches weren't allowed to be built. And I was looking at these huge shopping malls saying, you don't allow churches, but you are literally building the cathedrals of the religion of where I come from, which is consumption. And we get caught up in that consumption of the desire for more and more. And one of the things that lockdown has done in many ways is it has stopped people going to the shops, but we're sort of shopping online, obviously. But when lockdown, we had a sort of pause in lockdown in Britain, and people were queuing up outside shops at 5 o'clock in the morning. And so Ramadan really comes as a gift where we have a whole entire month to reboot and realign ourselves and to remember who and what we are, to rebalance ourselves, to reintegrate every aspect of ourselves. Because ultimately our souls may stir occasionally. Ramadan is saying, right, going to focus now. And our souls may cry out, saying, I'm hungry for nourishment. I'm hungry that you pay attention for me. I want you to comfort and nurture me. And sometimes I feel like the pain that we experience, the pain of separation from God. And this year I lost my mother, and the pain of separation from my mother has been so intense. Like I have never felt anything like it. I have lost others, but the pain of losing my mother has been so intense. But then I think, well, what must the pain of separation be like from my creator? That I have been coming into this world, I have been shockingly separated from my divine beginnings, from the origin of us all. And what must my soul be experiencing? Because my embodied pain of losing my embodied mother is so deep, that the pain of losing my connection to my creator, what is that? And it makes us dig down at an existential level. And I'm going to wrap up now, but it's that remembrance that in Ramadan, our hunger isn't met with eating, our thirst isn't met with drinking, our natural physical desires are made subservient, and we make room, we make space, we hold space then for other dimensions to consciously come to the fore. And by becoming conscious of our physical instincts, we learn mastery over them. And that ultimately is what will, inshallah, allow us to create a degree of spiritual mastery and but I think fundamentally it's about setting our intentions and making us conscious. And if I can finally say that in our search for spiritual journeys, and we will have this reboot, inshallah, but we should not think that that's the only thing, because Ramadan will come to an end and we will return to eating gratefully in the daylight hours. But frankly, every aspect of our lives can involve body, mind, and soul. Every aspect of our lives can hold a spiritual dimension. And if we can manage to integrate it and have a greater sense of consciousness in the everyday, then the disconnect between our spiritual and material selves doesn't have to be so great. So for sure, Ramadan is going to, inshallah, help us quieten our body, refocus on prayer, help us with our spiritual dimension. But I pray that it goes further than that. I pray that for all of us, it will create a change in mindset, an increased consciousness, an increased intention, where we then pursue a integrated, holistic life, where studying, for example, can be a deeply spiritual experience, where we study and we get a connection to God because God loves the scholar, and how the entire Quran is dedicated to think. And when we're doing whatever studies, we think we're seeking the divine, we're seeking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And even when we go to the gym and we say, oh, this is an amana, I'm looking after my body as an amana from God, it can be part of a spiritual experience. They don't have to be separated. So ultimately, that is the message that I'm trying to get across, that we should integrate ourselves, that it has to be conscious, it has to be intentional. And this conscious, intentional living, inshallah, will allow us to balance all aspects of ourselves. Jazakallah khair for your time and your attention. Anything I've said, I hope it's of good. It's from Allah, the mistakes, they're mine. And may I wish everybody a Ramadan Mubarak.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your very personal story with us. It was very, very moving, and definitely worth reflecting on. I think we can take questions now, but I will abuse this privilege now just to kind of touch on the shared themes between the two speakers, and maybe ask Sheikh Abdul Latif. You mentioned that spirituality and the mundane world go together. Obviously, this is an excellent point which Sarah echoed and talked about how this kind of secular divide between mind and spirit and body is not something that is really appealing to us as Muslims. But I'm wondering, can you give us a short prognosis of how you see COVID as affecting people? Because in one sense, it's kind of chipped away at that sense of individualism. We realize that actually we need community more than ever. But at the same time, we see big corporations taking advantage of people's loneliness and kind of feeding us even more innovative ways to spend money that takes us away from that. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I don't know if I think I agree so much with what you said. I'm not sure how to. I think, yeah, I think it's just a symptom of the problem. The corporation is the sort of, well, I don't want to throw corporations under the bus any more than I think we already understand, but the agenda is to make more money. You know, how can I monetize? How can I capitalize on a situation where people need certain things? I need to create in them these needs, even though they don't actually need them. I think one of the things that we saw from early on and with COVID is that we actually don't need a lot of things. I was actually thinking about, 2020, for example, like, man, I wonder what the fashion industry, like, what's the fashion of 2020? And then I realized that there is no fashion. And then I thought, man, the fashion industry, like, they must really, like, how do you, I guess, mask? We have different kinds of masks, and then we capitalize on that. And next thing you know, sure enough, we have all types of masks. We have different fashions, different styles, everybody's learning, everyone's selling them. Most of them are not really medically sort of like operative, but they look good, I guess. Yeah, I just think that you just see the machine continues on.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Sarah, would you like to reflect on that for us a little bit as well?
I mean, I actually truly believe that Islam, one of its its radical intent is it allows for trade, for sure. There are many verses in the Quran that allows for halal trade, but it is a radical barrier to excessive materialism and consumerism. And if you look at the planets, and I mean, and I think this is really important, I'm probably touching on things that you will talk about later in the day, but ultimately we're facing a sixth mass extinction. And you saw people 20 years ago discussing coronavirus. You saw Larry, his name's Larry Brilliant, Dr. Larry Brilliant, in 2006, basically predict what is happening as we speak, predicting the whole of the COVID experience. That's what the scientists were saying. People who are virologists, epidemiologists, they were predicting this. But there are major scientists across the world who are predicting the sixth mass extinction, predicting planetary collapse, that if we don't get a hand on our consumption, we are going to be in a terrible, terrible mess. And okay, for sure, you say don't want to throw the corporations under the bus, but 70% of the world's global carbon emissions are coming from 7 corporations. And we can't ignore that. So, it can tell me that I've got to minimize my single-use plastic, and I'll tell everybody and absolutely minimize but actually, there has to be a radical overhaul of how we approach our physical dimension. And Muslims have got to be at the forefront of that. Unfortunately, we are some of the fastest growing consumers in the world. And we approach this Ramadan, oh my goodness, it's Ramadan decorations, Ramadan balloons, Ramadan, things which are not sustainable as single-use plastics. You go into the masjid, Ramadan single-use plastic bottles everywhere. We're not consciously minimizing our consumption, yet our faith teaches us and is asking us to question our material excesses.
Yes,
sorry,
absolutely.
I got a bit on a rant there. It's
no, not at all. And I think
it touches the nerve.
It does indeed. And I think these themes, you're absolutely right, we will be touching on as the day progresses. Inshallah, we did have a few questions, Hawazin, but let's try and take that to the next panel, because our next panel is going to be dealing with health and well-being, which I think is a really good kind of next discussion to have with us. So again, Jazakallah khair. Thank you, Sheikh Abdul Latif Finch. Thank you, Sarah Joseph, for your time. We really appreciated this initial foray into this topic. And I guess you'll go down history as the first ever presenters for the welcoming Ramadan conference. So inshallah, we look forward to seeing you guys in the future as well in person. So take care, inshallah. And for everybody else tuning in, give us a moment to switch over to the other panel, and we'll see you there soon, inshallah.
Jazakallah khair. Ramadan Mubarak, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Welcome back. Assalamu alaikum. Can you guys hear me? Yeah.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, good. Excellent. So this is the second panel of the day, and this one is centered around the theme of health and well-being. And we have three wonderful speakers for us. I guess this morning. We're still in the morning phase, which is great. And hopefully we're going to have a great discussion here. So the format is as the last one. So it'll be about 5, with some liberty to go over minutes of talking, presenting what you have to say to us. And then what we'll do is we'll take some questions and answers as well. So I'm sure we can have a very, very good discussion after that. So I'm going to go in the order in which I received the speakers. So first we have Mayanha. Am I saying that right? Sorry if I'm...
It's Minha.
Minha, oh cool, that's even simpler than I imagined. Okay, Minha Begum. She's currently studying a degree in Islamic psychology, where she's been, as she puts it, given the blessing to explore her passions, Islam and psychology. And I'm taking this from the Inspirited Minds website, which is a really, really cool website, by the way. So we worked with them last year. RTP did a joint report with them on the state of Muslim health, mental health in the community. So Minha relishes, she realized, sorry, in the insight of an Islamic perspective to incorporate into psychology to help those who have never been given a chance that every devout Muslim and non-Muslim deserves. And this is why she considers Inspirited Minds to be a huge blessing in her life. And I think, again, check out their website. Inspirited Minds do amazing, amazing work in educating the Muslim community about psychology, about mental health, and issues deeply, deeply important for us. So Minha, why don't we start off with you, and then I will introduce the other two speakers, and then have their contribution as well.
Sure, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum. I just want to say that bio is really old, so thank you for reminding me that I need to change that.
Oh, good. There you go. There you go. Well, that's what's available. So I was like, let's go with that.
Yeah, of course.
So after you, we'll start off with
Okay.
you, and then I'll introduce the others. Okay, I think that's probably a better way to do it this stage.
So can I share my screen?
Yes, I believe we can facilitate that. Whoever, there we go.
Inshallah. So you guys can see a presentation, right?
That's correct.
All right, cool. Okay, so assalamu alaikum everyone, jazakumullah khairan for Ramadan 10 project for inviting Inspirited Minds. I'll go past all the bio and all the things that we do. Inshallah, I'll trust that you guys will look into Inspirited Minds afterwards. I've got 2 screens, so I'm sorry if I'm not looking directly at you guys, inshallah, but I'll begin. The hadith where Allah, tells us that these are those that are small and consistent, and everything in this presentation is going to be based off that if I don't explicitly say it. So the 4 things I'm going to be talking about in 5 minutes, inshallah, is how to cultivating a positive mindset during Ramadan, internalize what Allah is telling you with conviction, how Ramadan is more than just food, and how that impacts your mental health, and taking advantage of the means that Allah has provided. So cultivating a positive mindset. Due to the pandemic, it's quite, well, last year, a lot of people, it was really easy to write without iftar and tarawih in the masjid, and a lot of us missed the community vibe. A lot of us, on the other hand, a lot of us really loved Ramadan in, last year, and found that it was a lot more calmer, it was, a lot more chilled and stuff like that, which is great. But, a lot of us, I know for me, the first half of Ramadan, I really struggled because I was like, oh, I really miss the community vibe, and it really impacted, how I approached Ramadan. But Allah didn't say, Allah is very generous in how He gave us Ramadan. He didn't say only those who can, are able to fast completely throughout the whole entire. Who are will reap the rewards of Ramadan, and we have to think positively and remain hopeful for what is to come. And there's going to be a lot of changes with COVID during Ramadan. I believe there's restrictions lifted in the UK anyway on the 12th of April, and then a few days after Eid there'll be more restrictions will what am I trying to say? Well, restrictions will lessen more for after Eid. But we have to understand how precious and meaningful this month can be, especially for those people who experience mental health, who struggle with their mental health and may not be able to for example, people who have quite serious mental illnesses like schizophrenia or suffer with psychosis and have to have regular medication. And this goes for people with physical problems as well, you know, things like diabetes and stuff like that. It's important to cultivate a positive mindset and understand that, you know, we have to start sowing the seeds of cultivating a positive mindset now in order to benefit from Ramadan and beyond. And, you know, just little acts of cultivating a positive mindset, reminding yourself that Ramadan hasn't been reserved for those who are completely able and only for those who fast. Allah gave Ramadan to everyone, and fasting so moving on. Oh no.
Are you okay there? Do you need some assistance?
No, okay. My presentation has frozen.
No problem. We can maybe you can just keep on delivering it and then see how that works.
Okay. So internalizing with conviction. So we have this tendency to overuse hadith where it suits, and we can often sort of romanticize and gloss over the true sort of meanings. And you know, two of my favorite ayahs where Allah tells us, you know, and one of the, I don't want to say cheesy, but it is often overused, and a lot of people often use it when trying to support someone who's experiencing, you know, or struggling with their mental health. You know, Allah tells us He doesn't burden us with more than we can bear. And Allah is literally telling us that we have the resilience and the struggle to deal with whatever it is. You know, at the edge, and we feel like we can't hold on, because, you know, we have to remember that Allah has told us that if we couldn't handle it, he wouldn't test us with it. And secondly, He tells us that after every hardship, you know, there is ease. So you have to internalize with conviction, my ease is coming, your ease is coming, and we have to remember that. And all of this is building, you know, our resilience and strength, and how we deal with hardships, and how the community and, you know, all these great initiatives, mashallah, how they've responded to COVID-19 and still been able to provide for the Muslim community is a testament to that strength. Ramadan food is about more than just food. So the only barakah in the Ramadan is not the barakah in your biryani. There's a lot more to it than that. You know, feeding your physical body should be the least of your worries, because there's a lot more to feeding your physical body than just the feeding aspect. You have to nourish your physical body with the right food. And, you know, I won't go on about how, you know, iftar and suhoor should be healthy and balanced. You've got all your greens and things like that. Everyone knows that. It's been, you know, battered and done for many previous years. But what I want to focus on is, you can't forget that your whole existence, and so during Ramadan, it's important that we digest and we are able to rest enough to continue that ibadah during the night, to continue with our self-care and well-being during the night. And remember that self-care is still as important during Ramadan, if not more. And obviously we have to be balanced in our approach. And as we know, physical exercise releases good hormones, releases happy hormones. So, you know, during Ramadan, having that physical aspect or physical bonus can boost your spirituality, can boost your well-being. And going back to, you know, Allah, so if you're not a runner, or if you're not running a marathon at the moment, you know, make the intention to start off with a slow-paced walk during the day, or post iftar, before Taraweeh with family and friends, or however you can. You can do at home exercises, or even if it's just, you know, reflecting on your day, gratitude and things like that. You know, all of these can, you know, boost your well-being and morale, and how healthy your Ramadan can be. So my last slide, I appreciate I'm talking a bit longer than planned, but Allah we have to make sure that we are making use of those ways. If Allah is making it easy for you to get support for your mental health, for your well-being, for any other, you know, issues you may be struggling with, you should take that. you know, you should absolutely seek support, whether that is through, you know, emotional support or medical support or whatever support that, you know, you might have. We shouldn't deny the favors that Allah has bestowed upon us, and that's really important. And you know, if Allah has given you companions around you, you should make use of those companions. If parents, you should make use of those parents. A lot of people might not be able to have those relationships, but you have. A lot of people might not be able to receive, you know, seek therapy and get help, but you can, and you should absolutely make use of those means and not be ashamed to say, I need help. You know, that doesn't make you weak. It doesn't mean you're low in iman. And inshallah, taking these small steps can make your Ramadan more healthier, more spiritually healthier, and boost your well-being, inshallah. Apologies, I spoke really fast.
No
and
problem.
I probably went over time.
No, that's fine. We expected some overstretch, but no, that was really good, and I really appreciate the way you framed that as if you are struggling, if you are having issues with mental health, then Allah has provided an outlet for you, and you should take that. Right, there is no shame in that at all. So I've posted the link to the website there where you can get more information. Okay, Kevin is next on my screen, so I think we'll go with him before we return to our last contributor. So Kevin Coleman, the Championship Club's Head of Equality, Diversity and Inclusion. He has formerly worked with the FA, that's the Football Association here in this country, Kick It Out, which campaigns for equality and football, equality in football, and also the LTA, which is the national governing body for tennis. So Kevin, apologies, I forgot to mention the club. Can you tell us which club it is? Because I must have missed copy and paste that. I just said the champions head, so championship. So tell us a bit about that.
Is Brentford.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, at the championship at the moment.
Excellent, excellent. Well, please, over to you.
Okay, so Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Wa alaikum salam.
So, as you said, I've worked in sport for around 20 years at different levels, partly in grassroots, partly in community, partly at governing body. And I think my role and what I'd like to get across here is the power of football, primarily football, but sport as a whole. Football and sport has the power to reach people in the way that other parts of society doesn't. It can promote well-being, it can promote physical health, mental health, it can promote people coming together and sharing time together in a non-judgmental way that other interventions in life and society can't. And that's why it's really, really important. One very simple thing can achieve lots of goals that all Muslims and non-Muslims should be striving for. I've been working in football for 13 years and it's the most popular sport in the world, football. Around a quarter of the world's population from every nation play it. It's been scientifically proven to not only help keep you physically fit, but mentally fit. You know, there are scientific ways of looking at the way the endorphins when people have, they can calm people's mental condition, which of course is very, very helpful. It's been recognized by everyone throughout the pandemic. You know, that 1 hour of exercise, I think, has been really, really important for everyone. As we all know, Islam promotes physical health, and I think it's one part of our deen that is often forgotten. People focus on different parts of Muslim life, which they're brought up with, but you know, making sure that our food is wholesome and not just permitted, I think is really, really important. I think we have a responsibility to look after ourselves and keep physically fit, but also to promote physical health to others, especially young people, so they can live long and fruitful and meaningful lives. Throughout my that have addressed all sorts of things in society, we work on two big principles. One is sport plus and plus sport. And what we mean by this is play sport for the sake of the fun of sport, but it has another impact. You know, it brings people together, it makes you happy, it helps make new friends. And plus sport is when you have a specific objective, like trying to divert children away from crime, or trying to bring different communities together. And you use sport specifically almost as a medicine to achieve that goal. And that's when you design sport to try and help people. And I've worked on plus sport projects around race. So that's with specific diverse communities which are underrepresented in sport, or who are overrepresented in a prison population, or who have been subject to abuse in the community. Disability, so enabling disabled people who are often excluded from the workplace, for example, to help them integrate more and achieve more. We've worked on gender. So as Yasmin will know, women are underrepresented across all of football, even though there are a large number of women who would like to work in that sport. And we've worked with lots of faith groups, for example. I've got a couple of examples. So in Birmingham, we have the Ramadan League. So that is after namaz, after iftari, many young people in Birmingham were walking the streets with not too much to do during Ramadan. And we created a safe space where people could play football together, predominantly Muslims, but some non-Muslims, have a healthy, physically beneficial outlet during that time, brings people together before Sehri, and it worked really, really well. It brought people together, it made them happier, it created better relations between communities. Last year, or rather 2 years ago now, we worked with Omar Salah from the Ramadan 10 project to deliver an iftar at Wembley. We had over 300 to 400 people sharing food together, predominantly Muslim, but a lot of non-Muslims coming together just to share food in a really simple way, but really, really impactful. And finally at Wembley, we brought different faith schools together. So in the Brent area, where we had Catholic, Muslim and Jewish schools, very specifically, we brought them all together to talk to each other at a very young age about the things that are very similar and the things that bind them, that they have in common, rather than the differences that people often speak about. And it's really, really beneficial. Football and sport has the power to do that. And I think we should be using that power of sport and football to bring people together, to create a more positive and realistic vision and perception of Muslims to non-Muslims, and bring non-Muslims together with Muslims through sport in a very natural way that other interventions can't, and that media are often doing quite the opposite. And I think that's all I wanted to put across. I'm happy to then have a discussion.
Thank you. Thank you. Very, very important. I'm sure there'll be loads of questions around that. I certainly agree with the way you put it in terms of the power of football. I mean, there's something that really brings together people from so many walks of life around like this common thing. So that's brilliant. Okay, and last but not least, we have Yasmin Haroon, who's coming to us from the Muslim Sports Association. She has been in international banking for nearly 20 years, but her passion for sports is, I think, what brings her here today. So she's been captain of athletics, hockey, rounders, netball, and football teams. She's also part of the Asian Females in Football Working Party Group with the FA and British Asians in Sports and Physical Activity with Sporting Equals. Yasmin has been key in promoting Muslim women to get active. In 2020, she was named in the Queen's New Year's Honours List and awarded a BEM for increasing BAME female representation in sport. So I think a great follow-on from Kevin. So over to you, Yasmin.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. The Muslim Sports Association was established in 2014 to enable and empower women through sports, especially from the Muslim and BAME background, so ethnic minorities, because we felt that there wasn't a safe space, or for me particularly, I didn't have anyone who looked like me growing up. I didn't have anyone to aspire to. So I wanted to change that landscape and give opportunities for our communities. So I established MSA to give them that safe space to play sports in an environment they felt comfortable in. So it's an exclusive female-only environment with qualified female coaches. And we found that women started to join our first session. So then we started to increase the number of sessions we delivered. So pre-COVID, it was 15 different sessions a week, engaging with over 150 women a week. So some of them are playing football, some of them are playing badminton, some of them basketball. And then we had the traditional sports such as yoga and Pilates and boot camp. So we've grown into offering a different type of sport in terms of like the unconventional ones, such as fencing as well. So we did a level 1 for football, and we did one for fencing. We used that same model for fencing, badminton and tennis. So we not only have women that engage with us through participation, but we also ask them to volunteer with us, and if they want to do any coaching, we help them get their coaching qualifications as well. So through COVID, obviously all of our sessions had to stop, and some of them went online. So it was a different landscape we had to adapt to. And we started delivering yoga online, boot camp and fencing. But our Positive Minds, which is another aspect of MSA, promoting wellness and mental well-being, we found that was really important for our women and our community. So we started delivering online sessions where we talked about different topics each week, but it allowed the women to come together and talk about these topics in a safe environment and interact with other women they may not necessarily be interacting with on a day-to-day basis. So some of those were very isolated, some of them have had anxiety, and we helped them through the COVID pandemic in terms of giving them that outlet. So we've worked really hard in engaging and keeping our participants engaged through MSA. So exercise, as I said, as everyone has said already, is really important part of our religion. And I think during Ramadan, we tend to forget how important it is. We focus very much on prayer and eating. But our Prophet, peace be upon him, he promoted that we do exercise, we do look after our bodies. The healthier we are, the more ibadah we can give, and that will promote after Ramadan as well. So bringing those healthy habits during Ramadan, have the philosophy to have 1/3 of your food intake being food, 1/3 being water, and leave 1/3 for air. So we tend to overeat during Ramadan, and I think all the norms of exercising and healthy eating, that goes out of the window. We just set with fried food and overindulgence. So it's really important that we take in Ramadan, be a bit more mindful as to what we're eating and how much we're eating, and also giving to other people as well. So, giving charity and feeding other people. I think exercise is an important part of Ramadan. So even if you're not running a marathon or playing football, at least go for a walk, like the sister said, do some gentle exercises. So MSA will be doing a Ramadan fitness session online, and we'll be still carrying on with the Positive Mind. So there are different outlets for you to do exercises. Obviously, with the COVID restrictions easing now, you can go out and meet a friend, go for that walk, go for a bike ride, go for a little gentle jog. It doesn't mean that you have to stop exercising just because you're fasting.
Thank you very much. I just sent a message there saying if you could post the link, because that sounded wonderful. The idea of a Ramadan fitness session, which I think is going to benefit everyone.
Yeah,
okay.
If you look on social media for MSA, Muslim Sports Association, we'll be posting details on there.
Okay, excellent. I guess you have all kind of covered the question which I had individually for you guys, which was, okay, what would be your top tip? One thing that you should maintain throughout the month of Ramadan, a habit perhaps, or some sort of activity that you would say is going to be really, really beneficial to allow us to maximize our benefit from this month. So maybe go in reverse order, Yashmin, maybe start with you, then we can have other speakers.
So healthy tips would be eat sensibly and exercise as well.
Okay, that was two, Yashmin, but
two.
we'll give you that because we know they're related. We know they're related. Okay, so try to get in some sort of activity a day, and that can be something simple, right? Like a brisk walk, or even a walk in the evening, right? Or whenever.
Yeah, just after iftar, just before Taraweeh, go for a brisk walk, because obviously you've got a long prayer ahead of you. So if you're stuffing your face and then sitting down and then waiting for namaz, then exactly. you won't be able to concentrate on your namaz either.
Exactly. Okay, cool. Kevin, what would you advise? Which I'm sure is pretty similar, but something that you found is kind of helping you.
I would say I found personally, don't stop exercising during Ramadan. A lot of people may stop playing football, for example. What I do is whatever I would normally do, I would do it just before iftar. So that way I can really go for it as well and not worry about being dizzy or over dehydrated. I would just do it just before, and then I know I'm going to eat, and then I don't need to worry about doing anything after that. Excellent. So just change the timings.
Excellent, great. I think we're all planning once the gyms open up to go really hard just before iftar. Excellent. Okay, Minha, last but not least, tell us what is your top tip? Something for us to bear in mind. I'm sure there are loads, but something. I think you're breaking
so
up
I
a
guess
little.
to think good of Allah.
Okay.
Is it better now?
Yeah, start again, please. Yeah, go for it.
So I'm going to move away from the physical aspects because these guys are probably much more healthier than me and experts in their field as well. But I would say to think good of Allah. Allah is as you think of Him, and also thinking good of Allah is an act of ibadah. And you know, when you struggle with your mental health, it can be it can be really easy to snowball your thoughts or have catastrophic thinking. So it's difficult, but try and ground yourself with affirmations that Allah gives us in Qalamullah. So Allah is Allah is merciful. There's no limit to how much Allah can forgive and the bounties of Allah, and He loves the repentant sinner. And I could go on, but ultimately, think good of Allah. Don't let the whispers of your shaitan firstly and your own sort of nafs deter you from your running towards Allah. And obviously, the closer or the journey we take towards Allah, Allah will come to us as well.
Thank you very much. I just got like a private message about that saying, okay, we know that during Ramadan, we often see a spike in referrals via the Muslim Youth Helpline, for example, feeling guilty about not detaching from bad habits and being down or being lonely. And I guess his question was, what practical advice you have? But I think that's what you're saying, right? Which is to think well of Allah, because Allah is as we think of Him. So that's really good advice. I've really enjoyed this panel. I think it's a great follow-on from the one on spirituality, which we said is very much related to the physical anyway. And even though here we've covered the mental, but I think that's a great.
Could I just add something?
Yeah, go for it. We have a few. Yeah, we have a minute or two. Go for it.
Just something that I think would be helpful, and personally that I found really helpful.
Yes.
To this brother's question is, remember that Allah is not asking for you to memorize the Quran. Allah is not asking you to pray all your sunnah and all your farida in one day. Remind yourself, what is Allah in this day? Have I done that? Have you done your fard? And that's it. Essentially, in one day of our life, this is what Allah has told us to do. So going back to the bare minimums and starting off with that and then building up, a lot of our guilty conscience often comes from unrealistic expectations that we set for ourselves. And just going back to, what has Allah asked from me today, and have I done that? And inshallah, that'll be a good starting place.
Excellent, cool. So I think now we'll leave it there. Thank you very, very much to our panelists. Unless others want to weigh in with some final words. Yeah, absolutely. We have a bit more time. Go for it.
Yeah, I think one point that I felt is that, in the same way that we have a duty to fast and a duty to pray, we have a duty to look after our bodies and to be healthy and to eat in a wholesome way. And I think people often see it as a lifestyle choice or something nice, but it is a duty we have. And I think especially during Ramadan, if people are worried about, for example, depression, there's a proven link between diet and good mental health. So I think especially when you're eating and drinking a lot less, although it's very nice, the comfort foods, I think it's part of the family feeling of Ramadan when people get together. They want fried food and paratha, etc. But I think eating healthy, especially a lot of water and fruit, will help maintain your blood sugar and will help you all of the things you want to do throughout the day and feel mentally in a better place because of physically having good blood sugar levels.
I'm so glad you added that, Kevin. That's a really, really vital point. And yeah, absolutely, there is, like you said, a proven connection between the stuff you put into your body and the way you feel, which is really, really important, especially now in Ramadan, where you're essentially doing fasting, and we know what fasting can do to you, right? It can throw you off in one sense. I mean, in Ramadan, it's in a positive way, but you still want to give yourself good stuff, right, to keep yourself going. Do we have any other comments? Anyone would like to
link
make?
to that again is the exercise. So it's all a circle really, because if you eat well and you're exercising, your mental health, it does get better, and it's proven, as Kevin said, as the sister said. So all three interlink, and it's really important we keep that balance during Ramadan as well, where we reap the benefits and the rewards as well in our ibadah. So keep it going. Don't give up just because it's Ramadan, and don't use it as an excuse. Just start the habits forming and continue it after Ramadan as well, inshallah.
MashaAllah, excellent, excellent, wonderful panel. I'm really pleased that we had this one. I think it's a great connection. Thank you, Minha, as well for that. So start fasting now if you can. Start developing your good thoughts about Allah now. I think that's a really good point, right? Like preparation, planning is a very high form of intelligence that we should put in place. But yeah, thank you very much for that. Really appreciate it. We're going to take a short break now for dhuhr/lunch break, and the program will reconvene at just past 1, so 1:05, where RTP will introduce their plans for Ramadan 2021. So make sure you tune in for that. My pleasure to host you guys so far, and inshallah we'll see you soon. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum assalam.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
Hey, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everybody. My name is Liam. I'm a volunteer for Ramadan 10 project. So today we're just going to take a little bit of time, just 5-10 minutes of your time, just to talk about some of the things we're doing this Ramadan. We're going to begin by just playing a little ad for you guys, and inshallah you'll enjoy it. Hey, salams, everybody. Thank you for that. So, so today I'm just going to tell you a little bit about some of the things we're doing this Ramadan, with a particular focus on something we got this Ramadan called the My Open Iftar Pack. So to begin, Ramadan 10 project, we're teaming up with, of course, the Islamic charity Islamic Relief in order to launch My Open Iftar, an initiative now in its second year, which will help raise money to feed vulnerable families across the world with the aim to alleviate world hunger. And so part of this, all of Ramadan, we're going to be selling the My Open Iftar Pack on our website. So in order to get that, all you got to do is you just go on our website, you type in Ramadan 10 project. As soon as you click on the website, the first thing that will pop up will be a pop-up that will take you to where you can buy the pack. And so to talk a little bit about this pack, first things first, every My Open Iftar Pack that you purchase this year will help fight world hunger by feeding one person in need for the whole month of Ramadan. So every time you buy a pack, Ramadan 10 project, of course, in partnership with Islamic Relief, will then take it upon themselves to go and feed somebody for the whole month of Ramadan. So this is an important part of course, of Ramadan and of the Ramadan 10 project's mission, and of course of Islamic Relief. And inshallah, we continue to do this and help fight world hunger and give food to people throughout the world. Of course, also for the Ramadan 10 project's mission in terms of spreading Ramadan to everybody's experience, the Ramadan experience to everybody on people's doorsteps. The pack includes everything you need in order to host a beautiful iftar experience at home amidst, unfortunately, the ongoing lockdown restrictions. And so this pack is a great way for people of all faiths and none to celebrate and share in the joys and festivities safely this Ramadan from the comfort of your home. So a little bit of more information about the My Open Iftar Pack. The My Open Iftar Pack is ideal as a Ramadan sort of goodie bag, or as a gift for a family member or a friend, or even if you guys want to do a fast-a-thon challenge with colleagues or people in your neighborhood or anything else like that. And in terms of the pack itself includes, and of course, reiterating that every time you buy a pack, Ramadan 10 Project and Islamic Relief will feed one person in need for the whole month of Ramadan. It will also include a booklet about Ramadan, fasting advice and guidance. It will include a delicious recipe booklet, which will include, a selection of recipes that you guys can cook throughout Ramadan. It will include children's activities such as a do-it-yourself mosque lamp model, an art and design competition, It will also include £40 worth of discounts and coupons. It will include decorations and much more. And all of this is only for £20. So for £20, you get everything I just said in there, as well as Islamic relief, feeding somebody for the whole month of Ramadan. In addition to that, Ramadan Tent Project is proud to announce that we are in partnership with the British Asian restaurant, My Lahore. And so every time you order a My Open Iftar pack, it will also contain a £10 discount code in order to order My Lahore's My Iftar box. So My Lahore also has their My Iftar box, and our packs include the £10 discount code for them. And the My Lahore My Iftar box is an iftar meal box that generously feeds about 5 people, and that will be available for collection from the restaurants or for the UK mainland delivery. So just to wrap up, again, we're doing the packs, the My Open Iftar packs. This is a way to alleviate world hunger and to spread the Ramadan experience to people throughout the whole month of Ramadan. And in order to get there, in order to buy it, all you have to do is just go on the Ramadan Tent Project website, and you can order it directly off the website. It's very easy. You can find it there. And Jazakallah khair for listening to me. Now, if you guys could just give us a few minutes and stay tuned for the next panel. We just got to work out some things, and we can continue the rest of the Ramadan conference. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me okay? Just to make sure everything's working. Fantastic. Wonderful. Assalamu alaikum. It's a real pleasure to be part of the Welcome Ramadan Conference 2021. I hope you're all safe, well, and as healthy as can be during this pandemic. The sun's shining in London, certainly. I hope it's shining where you are. And we are weeks away from Ramadan, which is incredibly quick, and just reflecting on the year that's gone by. It's been epic for so many of us. So I'm delighted to be chairing this part of the conference today, which will be about global stories, culture, and Ramadan. And I'm thrilled to be joined. I hope I can see 2 of our speakers, and I hope our other speakers also with us, inshallah. But the plan will be to, in a similar vein to what we already heard so far on spirituality and Ramadan, on health and well-being, to give each of our speakers 5 minutes to speak, and then we'll have a Q&A. If you do have questions, please do feel free to submit it into the chat function or the Q&A function, and we'll put them to our speakers. So the question we have is, how does culture influence our experience and memory of Ramadan? So if I may go to Naveed Akhtar, CEO and founder of Alchemia, or the Muslim Netflix, a subscription video on demand service that showcases the best movies, drama, documentaries, lifestyle content about Muslim life, culture, art, and history. and so on. I can't think of any other person to start with that will know this better. I hope you're well, Navid. It's been a while since I've seen you, so alhamdulillah for the blessings.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Yeah, I am well, actually. And why do I have to go first? I actually haven't prepared any specific 10 minutes on the subject, but it is something which I kind of, I guess I care about quite a lot. So I was hoping we'd have some kind of dialogue around it anyway. I mean, the thing is, as somebody who was born in Britain, my experience of Ramadan culture really was what my parents had brought from Pakistan. And so in my earliest memories of Ramadan are really to do with what would be called a kind of a traditional Pakistani Ramadan, in terms of the kind of focus around the food, the sense of, you know, kids far too young wanting to fast and not being allowed to fast, and generally the sense of actually Eid being a huge disappointment, because we'd sort of had this huge month of build up, and by the time Eid came around, there was really nowhere to go. There was actually not much to do. And some of my earliest memories, I was just telling my own kids recently, was reading, being maybe about 6 or 7 years old, being taken to read Eid prayers in the local swimming pool. So the swimming pool was emptied out, and we took our own prayer mats and we put them in the bottom of the swimming pool. And the Eid Salah was prayed in the swimming pool. And this is really at a time before there was any local masjid. And now, I mean, literally from where I am in East London, I could walk to any of 9 or 10 mosques within walking distance of my house. So kind of things have really kind of changed quite a lot. But at that time, it was really a sense of very, very inward experience, very private, very quiet. And then the transition into, I guess, into the 80s and 90s is the community sort of came into its own confidence. And really, I think for me, what stands out are the Ramadans that started to occur probably around the time of the millennium or just before. And that was when I was sort of in my sort of mid-20s and had started a professional career, because what happened was really they shifted into the shorter days, as it were. And these shorter days allowed for a lot of socializing. They allowed, you know, your fast would often be finished by about 4, 4:15, like that. You pray Maghrib, and then there's a lot of time to kind of meet people. There were a lot of Ramadan sort of celebrations, evening dinners, and I can remember weekends we did very early on. In fact, in central London, we hired a place, and it was a free Ramadan iftar on condition that people brought along a non-Muslim friend. And it was an incredible atmosphere. You know, we had about 200-300 people turn up, and everybody came along with their non-Muslim friend. And so it sort of, you know, it's great to see what Ramadan Tent's doing, because it's very, very similar in that vein. And we just did that 1 year as a kind of a one-off thing. And I guess it sort of really, there were so many events and things, and it really helped people get a sense of what Ramadan was. And also it allowed a lot of non-Muslims to share in that experience, because the key thing is food. That's what people really care about. And, you know, if you're non-Muslim, that's what people understand Ramadan to be about. And then actually, I think these long summer Ramadans, it's become harder and harder really for many of these iftars to happen, etc. But I think it's interesting because culture really, I mean, my kids now have a Ramadan Advent calendar, which is a completely Christian idea, you know, but appropriated for Ramadan. So they do that. And also, they just kind of love it. I mean, we do as many treats and as many, you know, we see it really as a sense of a direct replacement for what they might miss out in terms of Christmas culture. So we try to bring those traditions into it. And what I think is developing them because of that is this idea of a very British Ramadan culture is emerging from it. And one example I'll give you is every year my wife will cook, will make Ramadan brownies, as she calls them, and they go out to the whole street, you know, really, I mean, literally something like the equivalent of 25, 30 neighbours locally will get those. And people who are non-Muslim, you know, are waiting for them, you know, they wait all year for those. And we've been doing that now for about, you know, probably, well, I haven't been doing it, she cooks them and I get them out. So, and the kids come along and it's great. It's a really a lovely atmosphere. And we've been doing it for about 7 or 8 years. And this year that's gone, the first year of COVID, on Eid, I got a message and somebody said, we'd love to kind of do something for you for Eid. Can you come to the bottom of the street? Because there was still social distancing taking place. And I thought, you know, we'll just go and have a chat and then we'll come back in between sort of the nothing else that we were doing on Eid. But when we got there were 20 of our local neighbours who had actually cooked food for us and hosted us to celebrate Eid with us, and all of them were non-Muslims. I think there were literally just two of us, two families who were Muslim, and I never in my life ever expected that would happen. And it's just sort of, people wanted to say that we really value what you're doing and the fact that you make us feel part of what you're celebrating as well, and we wanted to say thank you and celebrate with you. And it's just incredible that happened. So I think, I'm going to shut up now. I think my 10 minutes are almost up, but it's this idea of the Ramadan culture and something it's not fixed. There are traditions that we hold dear that come from our parents and our grandparents and come from the countries we come from, but also really it's down to us to create a new culture, really, that of being British and fitting that in.
Naveed, thank you so much. And you could have taken that in so many directions, but I think the very local food community, and I'm especially interested, and I'd love to explore maybe later, this evolution of Ramadan culture over the years, from your own family through to your children, I think is incredibly interesting. So we'll now go to Humaira Jama, if we may, who wears many incredible hats: midwife, explorer, scout leader. It's a really great title, explorer scout leader for the 7th Good Maize Explorer Scouts unit, as well as being from the UK Muslim Scouts. We'd love to hear from you, Humaira.
Assalamu alaikum, Jazakallah for having me here today on behalf of UK Muslim Scout Fellowship. So I guess I'll start off just by telling you a bit about ourselves as the UK MSF. We are something called an active support unit within the Scouts Association. So for those of you that don't know what Scouts is, maybe if I say Boy Scouts of America, that might ring a bit of a bell. That's not who we are, but it's a similar kind of thing. We're all part of the World Scout Association. And our aim is basically to serve the youth and provide them with, I guess, within the Muslim community, a safe space. So over the past couple of years, scouting within the Muslim community has grown a lot. I think we're over 100 groups now nationally. And our role as MSF is to support those Muslim groups within the UK to provide events and training to the leaders. So we do national camps every year. We do these amazing summer camps where we get together over hundreds and hundreds of beavers, cubs, scouts and explorers. So that's from 6 years old all the way up until 18. And then we've got our adult volunteers, so that's 18 plus. And we all come together and put on these amazing events for our young people. So I think from our point of view, it's about creating safe spaces for the Muslim youth in which they can both practice their religion, but also explore the outdoors. And scouting comes hand in hand with Islam. So a lot of scouting, so for example, the scout laws, 2 of them are: a scout is to be trusted and a scout is to be loyal. That goes hand in hand as what we believe as Muslims. So it's about teaching the youth Islam, but through a different outlet. So teaching them Islam by getting them out there in the nature and letting them observe what Allah has put out there for them, and getting them to reflect on that, rather than, okay, no, we're going to pray our salah 5 times a day, but we incorporate that within the scouting program. So when we go on these huge camps, we'll take breaks and we all pray salah together in Jama'at, and it's just this amazing feeling that they are involved in from such a young age. And we pray outdoors, so we'll pray out in a big field if that's where we're camping, and it's such a nice environment for them. So one thing that we do is, which we've done for quite a few years now, is we do something called Iftar under the stars in Ramadan. So we do 2 big ones. We do one in London, which is at Gilwell Park, which is the home of scouting in the UK. It's based in, I think it's Chingford. And we also do a huge one in Birmingham as well. And what that does is it brings the community together in Ramadan. It brings us together outdoors in the open. It lets us connect with our community. It's open to everyone. So it's open to the white scouting community, open to non-Muslims. It lets them get a glimpse of what Ramadan is to us. It allows us to serve each other within the community, brings us together with food, with activities. We praise together. So that's a really nice thing that we do as UK MSF, and a lot more recently, a lot of groups have started to do them locally within their local communities. So again, it's just about sharing what Islam is with other people within our community, but doing it through more subtle ways and just involving them and letting them see what Islam is through scouting. which is a really beautiful way of doing it. And our young people are such a big part of what we do. So scouting as a movement is youth-led. So it's about empowering our young people to take the lead. They organise events, they volunteer at all of our events, and teaching them to serve the community through scouting as well. So it's a really beautiful way of doing it. And last year, so with the pandemic, it was really strange for us not to be able to have an iftar under the stars where we were outdoors, where we usually have it. So we moved online and we did iftar under the stars, a virtual version over Facebook, and we had hundreds and hundreds of kids join us every week. We put on activities for them. We had them providing part of the activities. And again, it was really nice. So I think with everything that we've done, as strange as it's been moving online, it's actually come with some benefits because we've been able to open up what we do to a much wider audience. And we've got people from actually all over the world joining us and taking part in our events. And we're able to showcase what we are to so many more people. Yeah. I think I'll leave. That's okay.
No, thank you so much. The idea of iftar Ramadan under the stars is incredible, and I'm sure we'll explore further. So I'm delighted to invite our third speaker, Hawa Shehu, criminal barrister and district Crown Prosecutor for Crown Prosecution Service London South, to hear from you. And then if anybody does have any questions to our incredible speakers who are coming from 3 very different backgrounds, but equally sharing very similar principles, actually, and I'm sure we'll hear something similar. Please do put it onto the chat function. We'd love to be putting them through to our speakers. But over to you, Hawa.
Jazakallah khairan. I am really, really honoured to have been invited to join this conference and to join this panel, alhamdulillah. So assalamu alaikum to all of you. I really enjoyed hearing some of the things that Naveed said and that Humaira said, because as Nizam mentioned, like, we come from different backgrounds, and there was so much of what they were saying that I can completely relate to. So this panel, I thought, was just such a brilliant panel about how culture actually does shape our Ramadan. Because for me, I'm very, very passionate about culture, heritage, background. And Islamically, you know, Allah says that He created us from nations and tribes so that we may know each other. And that's one of the things I've always absolutely loved about Islam, about our religion, is this fact that when you go during Ramadan, which tends to be where you see almost like the biggest of our congregational prayers or salah, obviously pre-COVID, it's like a rainbow and a mishmash of people from different backgrounds, different cultures, in their different cultural attire, and you see the real sort of diversity of Islam. And I do think that Islam is unique in that way as a religion. You know, you can come from any background and you can be a Muslim. You can't tell what a Muslim looks like because you can be from any background, any culture, any heritage. So that's one of the things I've always loved about Ramadan. And I know there was a year when I was a student, one of my favorite things that I enjoyed doing was going to different mosques to break my fast, which had different predominant cultural groups. So I'd go to a mosque where I know it's predominantly in that area, perhaps Pakistani Muslims, and I'll eat some of their food. And I'll go to another mosque and it's predominantly Somali Muslims, and I'll eat some of their food. And I feel like that's such a beautiful thing. And for me, I am, in terms of heritage, I'm from Nigeria. I was actually born there, but came to the UK when I was 1. So I like to claim both heritages, claim authenticity from both. And I'm actually from sort of more the northern part, sort of middle to northern part of Nigeria. And there are fewer of us from that part in the UK. So a lot of people know Nigerians, but they're usually from the south. And for me, Ramadan has always been a time where a lot of the traditions from that particular part of Nigeria that I'm from, we bring to life. And so there's food, for example, that I loved eating. And I remember getting older and saying to my mum, why do we not eat that when it's not Ramadan? Like, that's really nice food. And she always looked at me like, well, that's Ramadan food, you know? We eat the moi moi with the kunu at Ramadan. That's just what we do. And it made it almost like a really special time where you look forward to eating this really special food. You know that that's one time in the year where no matter how busy you are, what you're doing, what your commitments are, there's going to be increased family time. There are also the fact that you would be praying at home with your family. You would be going to the masjid. Now, one thing that I found really interesting is at work, I chair the Muslim network, and I remember every year we sort of work on our Ramadan guidance. What are we going to tell our non-Muslim colleagues about what is Ramadan? And every year, my colleagues, as we're drafting it, someone puts in there, and then at the end of Ramadan, we celebrate Eid, which is traditionally marked by exchanging gifts. And I always joke with my South Asian friends, and I'm like, you got gifts on Ramadan? Like culturally in my family, on Eid, in my family and in my culture, we don't really do presents. And I do remember that the only time we ever did presents was when I was really, really young, and I hope my parents don't get upset with me here, but when I was really tiny, we did get presents at Christmas. And I remember getting to about 5 years old, and then my parents saying, we don't actually celebrate Christmas, we're Muslims, so there's no more Christmas. And we were like absolutely devastated. And for a short period of time, to make that transition easy, they used to give us presents twice a year on both Eids. And so we were like, oh, we don't need any other holiday, we've got our own holiday. And then as we got older, that sort of disappeared. But Eid was still a really special day where we would have guests over, we would feed people in the community. One thing that Naveed mentioned, which I absolutely loved, was he was talking about creating your own newer cultures. So I talked about how I used to enjoy going to different mosques. And that was more when I was a student. I really missed almost that family connection that I had. And it made me more involved in the masjids, in the mosques. And I felt like I created my own almost like Ramadan traditions and Ramadan cultures during that time. And then it's sort of now that I've even gotten a bit older, I still actually remember when I discovered Ramadan 10, that was also when I was a student and I was looking for that community. And so that became a tradition. Every Ramadan, my friends and I are saying, okay, which days are we going to Ramadan 10? Which days are we going to do that iftar together? And then now, I'm really involved in my local community. I'm married. My husband and I are trying to like mash together our different sort of cultural ways that we mark Ramadan. And like Naveed mentioned, we got the Ramadan advent calendar. We've got the decorations we ordered from eidparty.com. That wasn't an advert, they're not paying me. But we've got all the decorations and things. And that wasn't part of my culture or my upbringing or my heritage. But for me, I think what's beautiful about Ramadan is it almost brings out some of the really best aspects of the diversity of Islam. So you get to see other people's cultures. We share all our cultures together, and then we make new cultures together. And I think that what is nice is that we can all relate to each other's cultures because of the underpinning theme of what Ramadan is about as Muslims. And it's about charity, it's about family, it's about embracing other people, it's about sharing our religion, our deen with other people, it's about congregation. All of those things, we do the same, but we do it slightly differently. And I think when Hamira was talking about being under the stars, it just reminded me that I've always loved sort of praying Taraweeh during Ramadan, and my favorite place to pray it, especially since we've been having Ramadan in nice weather, has been at Regent's Park Mosque. And it used to be because it was outside and under the stars, mashallah. So that very, very spiritual connection, definitely, although I'm not a scout leader, I can 100% relate to that. And I think, mashallah, culture does play a really big part in Ramadan and how we celebrate it. But at the same time, I think, yeah, there are unique kind of commonalities that we have in it, if I can sort of put it that way. And I'll leave it there, inshallah.
Thank you so much. It was a beautiful, I mean, just the curation of this group, I think, reflects the fact that you come from such different technically backgrounds in your day-to-day lives, and yet what we're hearing is something incredibly similar of how Ramadan invokes a shared sense of community, a shared sense of really an amalgamation of cultures that we talked about. I mean, just conscious of like where we are in the world right now. I'd love to get a sense. I know Humera started talking about how we thought in a COVID context, things might be harder, but actually it's allowed things to grow globally in terms of presence and participation. For you individually and through the work that you do, I wonder, without thinking about the challenges, to think about, we had one Ramadan last year in lockdown, and we're going to have a second one again this year. Some of the blessings that have emerged, I'd love to focus on the blessings of making the most of our situation and context, and some of your key insights and takeaways from Ramadan. For me personally, I can tell you, I spent Ramadan with my family for the first time in God knows how long, with my parents. And I don't know when I'll be given the opportunity again. And that would never have happened had it not been for being physically locked down and constrained. And I will forever remember 2020 to be probably my best ever and my most favorite Ramadan, which I would never have thought of. So if I maybe, I mean, Humera, just because I think you shared a few things, could I maybe come to you just to get a sense from you of some of the blessings and secret positives that have emerged from Ramadan in lockdown?
Of course. So I think similarly to most people, it was the first Ramadan I've had that I can remember that I've been at home, and I had the privilege of being at home. And I think that was a huge thing, because normally every year so alhamdulillah, I think last year I changed my job. So I'm still working as a midwife, but I now control like when I work and when I don't work. So it was a really beautiful thing to be able to be like, actually, you know what, I'm not going to work this Ramadan. I'm just going to focus on, like, Allah's given us this blessing where everyone is at home for the first time and probably the last time in a long time. So make the most of it. And so even within scouting as a wider community, we had to really like change the way we were doing things. And it was like, okay, we're not going to be able to do what we do normally, but how can we still do it so that the young people still benefit from Ramadan? So I think, again, so the younger kids, 6 to 8 years old, they might not necessarily understand the essence of Ramadan, but they understand the feeling and the community and the culture that we create for them. And it was about how can we still do that for them? How do we still involve them? And I know locally within my own group, so alhamdulillah, I look after 14 to 18 year olds within my section. And it was so beautiful to just hand it over to the girls and be like, okay, this is your Ramadan. Okay, we can't get together for iftar, but what do you want to do? And we held Zoom sessions, and I had the girls leading it, and they did their own spiritual reflections. They were doing their own like seerah lessons and like teaching each other. They were teaching me as well. And it was just such a beautiful thing to see them stepping into that and taking control. So yeah, and inshallah this Ramadan we have a little bit less of a lockdown, so we may be able to get together for iftar outdoors, which will be really nice. Again, it won't be on the large scale that we used to, but just getting back together again, but still having that element of we're not going to be at the masjid like we normally are in Ramadan. How do we still create that atmosphere and that culture for us as an individual and our communities as well?
Thank you. Naveed?
Yeah, I mean, as someone, we have a very consciously Muslim company. You know, we serve them. Our product serves the Muslim community. 70, probably 80% of our customers are Muslim. Alhamdulillah, even 20% non-Muslim customers now are starting to grow. And Ramadan is seen as a time of opportunity. And as somebody who's constantly sort of looking at the culture of the company, I think what we discovered last year is that we sort of feel that we may just take our foot off the pedal at Ramadan, actually, instead of ramping up the advertising, ramping up the kind of marketing activities, trying to get more customers. I think we start, you know, all of us are, none of us are sort of, we run a startup, we're all 15 or 16, 20 year olds, we're all in our 50s. And I think what we started to feel is, you know, it's written, the risk that comes in that month is written for us, and actually taking time to sleep a bit longer so that you can do, you know, you can stay out praying at night and all that, and just actually not working as hard is really beneficial, because people get to take that time out for their kids and just even doing their own ibadah. So it sort of goes against, I guess, what is sort of been developed as perhaps a corporate culture where you have to carry on. And also you'll see this a lot in sort of Muslim advice, etc. You know, you've got to carry on, and you've got to do things like that. Well, there's people who have no choice. They have to feed their families. They have to carry on. But alhamdulillah, if you know, we're sort of consciously starting to do it, but we've got more than enough. So this is the time for us to kind of, this is our holiday month. You know, this is not the month for us to kind of really push and drive sales. This is the month for us to kind of really just, it's ticking away, let's not worry about it. And I think for us, that trying to kind of enshrine that into our corporate culture, that's what we've been sort of looking at. And I think working from home has allowed that to really come through and be a benefit for us. And of course, the other thing on the personal front was simply the kids sort of just juggling that kind of crazy life of, you know, the work and then the kids and then you know, going to the mosque and seeing family members. I think the kids benefited because there was this concept of the mosque is the home is the mosque. You know, okay, this year our house is the mosque, and so actually it was us coming together. We were just, you know, so only the four of us here. Just got two kids, and my wife and myself, but it was very intimate, very 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 sweet, and they loved that because normally we have a hectic life, so we're all just sort of grabbing food and trying to make it all work, but I just consciously thought it's increasingly about not doing what we always do, not keeping things going like we always do, not breaking habits as much as possible, you know, and slowing down, purposely slowing down, and seeing it as a month of just we're trusting in Allah really, for instead of having anxiety about what we're supposed to be doing.
And I mean, even more incredible, Naveed, when you consider that you have a technology-based company, and you would think during a lockdown when everyone's using tech, the logic would be to ramp it up when everybody's at home being forced to use tech. And I think it's so powerful for you to do that the other way around.
Well, it's actually, that's a manipulation. The tech is automated, you know, so if we did nothing, it carries on, you know, it's there. We've put all these structures in. We have customers all over the world who are watching our content, and we're not there making it all the time. And I think this is one of the traps, I think, that a lot of startup culture has created, this sense of we've got to work fast, we've got to go quick, we've got to hit these targets, we've got to keep growing. And actually, we're starting to question very deeply ourselves about, did we want to build a company like this? Is this really what we feel is, I mean, you know, I'm not lecturing to anybody. People can do what they like, but are these our own personal spiritual values? Do we want to do it like that? And a part of it is actually the anxiety comes from not trusting in tawakkul Allah. You know, that it's fine. It's a time of barakah. You know, you're getting some benefit, and it doesn't always have to be in a material form. Yeah.
And it's a very, very powerful lesson for many of us who are in companies or personally in a startup as well, about culture and the prevailing wind versus challenging that. I mean, I think the question, I'd love to hear from you about anything in relation to COVID, perhaps.
Yeah, definitely. So I'll definitely keep it short, because I agree with a lot of what Naveed and Hamira said. And at work, in terms of the events and activities we do during Ramadan, we always felt like we had great turnout and great engagement from Muslim colleagues and non-Muslim colleagues when we would have, you know, host an event in London, and we would have maybe 100 or so people turn up. And now we're doing these events during Ramadan, and we're seeing like 400, 500 people all around the country from all across civil service dialing in for either spiritual reminders or to learn more about Ramadan and to hear more about, you know, Islam, what it means for Muslims. And for me, that's so powerful. It's really made me question, okay, post-COVID, you know, we can't lose this. We might want to balance it out, you know? And I think for me as well, one of the other things, and it's interesting because someone sort of has written as a sort of question talking about itikaf, and I was actually going to mention itikaf. So one of the things that for me personally, this last Ramadan, it was just my husband and I, and as I said, I'm used to sort of having it with extended family, etc. And my husband usually spends you know, the end of Ramadan in itikaf. Before I got married, I actually used to like traveling, whether it's you know, to Masjid al-Aqsa in Palestine, for example, and spending it in a really holy place. So for us, for those who don't know what itikaf is, it's where you sort of seclude yourself in the mosque usually, and you're just sort of reading Quran, praying and engaging in a lot of worship. And my husband would usually do that in the sort of end of Ramadan. And one of the things that we forget as Muslims is that you can also do that at home, right? Whether you're male, female, whoever, you can do it at home. And with the masjid sort of closed and not being able to go for those night prayers and not being able to do something even more, if I can put it like this, intensely for the last 10 nights of Ramadan, making your home a spiritual place, whether or not you're sort of Muslim, non-Muslim, whatever. I think working from home, what a lot of people have found is how do you balance making your home somewhere that is a safe and good place for you, rather than a place of stress where you're working, whether or not you're in front of a laptop. And I think for me, one of the best things was reclaiming my home during Ramadan, having my husband in one room, praying, reading Quran, me in another room praying, reading Quran, coming together for iftar together. And I think that's something that we both agreed, even when masjids reopen, how do we keep that magic, you know, of the balancing community, but with family? And I think for me, that was one of the most beautiful, beautiful things, is just that reminder that you don't have to go to the masjid or to the mosque to get that. You can get it from, you can basically recreate it at home. And I think that's very powerful in a family home when you're building that structure. And even if, you know, you live on your own, it's not a loss. It's something that you can have from home. So actually going forward, when you've had a long day at work and you're thinking, oh, I don't know if I can make it to the masjid, or when you're tired, etc., you don't have to miss out on that, because now we know we can literally recreate that from home. So I think that's definitely a benefit.
Thank you so much for that. Jazakallah khair. I have a final question, just conscious of time for you all, which is one I think about. So maybe this is me selfish, trying to like use this as a bastion of good practice that I can inshallah adopt, which is a struggle I always have. I mean, I think we've heard about, for me, Ramadan is always a reset. And I think it's beautifully designed to be a reset for all of us in a year, just to remind us about what is possible, what we take for granted, of course, when we remove all substance from ourselves, to think how we carry that through, right? So I think we heard about Ramadan for each of you being this beautiful intra community and cultural connection, whether it's with young people, whether it's with intergenerational, whether it's intercultural. How do you personally carry what you learn into the rest of the year? Especially having heard some of the more beautiful elements of being grateful for things that we otherwise would have taken for granted. Jummah, for example, in Ramadan, and not being able to go to Jummah for how many months, and now slowly we are able to. How do we take those things forward? And it's a deeply personal question. Of course, you can say, and I'll say I'm terrible, so I can't offer much counsel here, but I'd love to hear what each of you perhaps does, or things that you've learned from others, and I'm sure others listening would equally value that also. Maybe I can go to Humera first again.
So I think for a lot of us in Ramadan, we stop doing a lot of our day-to-day things, which keep us so busy on a usual day-to-day basis, and it lets us focus on like our religion and our relationship with Allah. And I know for myself, like straight after Ramadan, then you have Eid, and Eid is like this huge thing. And then straight after Eid, most of us go back to work, and it's just like you're back in this rat race of work, school, whatever is going on. So I think it's really important to try and slowly let yourself go back into society if you've had that break during Ramadan, and not just like rushing back into it. And usually just picking one thing that was, for example, personally myself, I stopped watching TV completely during Ramadan because I know how much time on a day-to-day basis that will come in from work, and I'll be tired and I'll sit in front of the TV, and that's what I want to do, and then I'll go to bed. So how do I go from not having watched it the whole month? So instead of going back to, okay, it's no longer Ramadan, let's turn the TV on again. Like, how do you slowly reintroduce yourself back to what you do, but picking one thing that you've stripped back from and keeping that going throughout the year, I think is really important. And that, yeah, I guess.
Thank you. Naveed?
I must give some advice to Humera. You should start by watching Al Qamir. Really get you in, you know, it'll keep it going in that right way. Yeah, no, I think it's age as well. You know, I mean, I'm a bit older than all you guys, and I think it's your Ramadan game. It starts to, you just, you know, we get a chance once a year. It's a month, and then it goes. But as every year, you then sort of are building on it, and you're building on it, and you're getting to a certain place where, you know, and it just kicks in. All of those memories kicking, and all that behaviour kicks in. But I think let's it feels like we've had a year. You know, this Ramadan's been a year long. COVID is Ramadan, really, for me. It feels like that because all the things I do, which really sort of are the things that kind of like, yeah, the fun stuff, all that kind of stuff, it's just not there. There's been a concentration of like, okay, stay focused. You've got to keep yourself emotionally stable. And actually, working from home, the worst thing is you've got to make sure you're careful what you eat, because actually looking into these screens all day is not very healthy. So it's the biggest thing for me always is patience. That's what I remember. Any time I'm in a situation where people are freaking out and it's like all my kids are kind of freaking out, it's like, as I say, look, Ramadan teaches you patience more than anything. And it's that sense of we're working for something which we don't know what the results are. We don't know what the outcomes are. They're not even going to come here in our lifetime. It's that sense, the greatest sense of deferred gratification. And it's me trying to teach that to my 10-year-olds, look, calm down. You're doing stuff now which it's planting seeds for the future. And so I think it's just that really you sort of ease yourself back into, a bit like Hamira said, first gear, second gear, and hopefully stay at second gear. Don't try to go to fourth. And as you get older, you realize, look, just keep it on the constant all the way through. I mean, one of the things is, I think last year I actually had a health condition, and for a period, for the first time, I couldn't fast, and I felt so bereft. I felt really, really like, like I'm left out. It was almost like I hadn't been picked for the team, and I just thought, there could be no greater punishment on me. Why am I not allowed to do this? And it's like, if I do it, I'll be ill. And then people said, look, you don't know the favors of your Lord. Allah is so merciful that even something that's prescribed, if you're ill, don't do it. And this is arrogance on your part to think, no, I still want to do it. It's like, no, you just listen to what your body's saying and listen to what's going on and do that. So I think it's blessings. These blessings come to you, and as you get older and older and older, you just remember more of them, and you cumulatively add them together. So yeah, there you go.
Naveed, I'm sure I echo everybody's sentiments. You don't look a day over 30, mashallah.
22.
And 22. No, but I think your reminder there is incredibly important. I think I do think given the trauma that I think especially our communities have faced with the COVID context, health-wise and economically, I think the reminder of being able to take nothing for granted, I think is a really incredibly important one. Hawa, if we may come to you.
Yeah, so interestingly enough, I think it was last year that Omar, the founder of Ramadan 10 Project, we managed to nab him for our sort of work Ramadan event. And he talked about the psychology of doing an action for 30 days and how if you can do an action consistently for 30 days, it does become habit. And I thought that was really powerful because it sounds like common sense, but I hadn't really thought about it. So I feel as though we already have an edge, the fact that if you can find some of the actions that you can definitely keep up consistently every day for the 30 days, you're already part of the way there, I think. And, it says in our religion that the actions that are most blessed to Allah are, those that are consistent. So we're not supposed to go at 100 miles per hour doing something that we can't sustain in any event. And so what I found was I tried to, of course, increase my worship and do a lot more night prayers and read more Quran and make more du'as, pray to Allah. But actually, I picked some little things that I thought, I'm going to do this every single day without fail. And I think that if you can manage that, just something small, whether it is like reading a page or even whatever stage you're at, whether it's a paragraph of the Quran every day, and you can maintain that throughout Ramadan, then you just try and keep that going for the rest of the year. I know for me, a couple of years ago, I had such a beautiful Ramadan that then I promised myself that I would do the Sunnah fasts. I would try and fast on Mondays and Thursdays throughout the year. And alhamdulillah, I managed to keep that up, not just for the rest of the year, for now, that is something that I just do. And even if it's one day, it doesn't have to be Mondays and Thursdays, maybe it's one day that you'll try it. But I think my tip would just be keep it manageable, and don't beat yourself up if you don't manage it, because again, we're Naveed was talking about the mercy of Allah. Our religion is one of mercy, but it's also one of intentions. So if you finish Ramadan and you're like, my intention is I'm going to do this every day, or I'm going to do it every week, or inshallah once a month I'm going to try this, and 3 months down the line you fall off the radar, you're only human, but you had that good intention and you just keep on trying. So I think, try and find an action or a bit of worship that you can do that's small but consistent, and then have those good intentions and see how you get on, really.
Alhamdulillah. Hawa, Naveed, Hamara, Jazakallah khair for your contributions, for your wisdom, and for sharing your insights. And allow me to say thank you to, I personally have been involved with Ramadan 10 Project RTP since day one when Omar was doing it in Russell Square. So I've had the pleasure of seeing it grow. And it would be nothing without those individuals who sacrificed their entire Ramadan to an extent for good in volunteering their time. So thank you to all the volunteers that make that happen every year and make it happen and make this conference happen. And I'm really thrilled to be handing over now to a dear friend, brother, who I have the pleasure usually of going to the tent with, but I can't for the last few years, Daushan Hamza, who I think will take over for the next session. So thank you for those who were listening, and assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Alaikum salam. Many thanks. Assalamu alaikum, everybody.
Alaikum salam.
Alaikum salam.
Alaikum salam.
Assalamu alaikum for our listeners across the world, I guess. And thank you, salams to Brother Nizam, the earlier panel, Culture Ramadan, for laying the foundation for this. I'd like to welcome everybody here today. It's the fourth panel that we have, the fourth discussion. And we are looking at consumerism, we're discussing consumerism and Ramadan. I love this term consumerism. We approach Ramadan, the month of self-restraint, the month of reflection, and now we have to discuss consumerism and Ramadan. And I think before I introduce this wonderful panel here, I'd like to recount a story on Christmas just a few months ago, and at a school that was planning fundraising for Christmas. And obviously no physical activities were allowed. And the governor of this particular school said, "We've got to get Santa Claus in for the children. He's the most important person at Christmas." And one of the teachers piped up and said, "Well, actually, it's Jesus," which made us all chuckle on the phone because of the perception that people have of consumerism and figureheads and messages, and how one governor could talk about Father Christmas versus bringing it back to the message of Christmas for that particular school, and who really is the most important person in our Christian calendar of Christmas. So it did make me chuckle at the time when I was asked to this on consumerism and Ramadan. It did make me think back to that and how the dichotomy of consumerism and self-restraint can exist in the world we live in. However, more versed than me will panel to discuss this. I'd like to quickly highlight the panel before I hand over to them and bring it together. Today we have Dr. Mehmet Ashate from the University of Durham. I guess the beauty of Zoom is we could have people who are several hundred miles with us quite quickly and quite easily. So welcome today.
Thank you.
We also have Safana Monajed from one of the big media groups, one of the big four holding media groups in the world, Omnimedia Group, and will certainly bring an interesting perspective to consumption habits and target markets to this discussion.
And we have Dr. Wajid Akhtar, Secretary General of the Muslim Council of Britain. And again, will bring us back and hopefully 3 diverse views, 3 diverse perspectives on consumerism in Ramadan. So Assalamu alaikum all, welcome. I think we are all unmuted, I believe. However, what I'd like to do first, and follow the format of our previous discussions, is to have circa 5 minutes for each speaker to address the topic, and then we've got 15 minutes of Q&A, which should take us to about 2:30, and moving on to the I think the 5th panel of the day. So if we can start with Dr. Ashte, and have your 5 minutes, and then we'll hand over to our fellow 2 panelists, and I'll try it together.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum to everyone. It's good to be here again. I was here last year, and indeed Zoom has given us this opportunity. Last year also, I've reflected on the similar issues, but taking up the discussion further on the consumerism, which has become an important cultural reality around us. The global capitalism, one way or another, survives through creating needs and then imposing those needs on us. Unfortunately, with the halal markets, we have accepted such an imposition on us without questioning the substance of the halality, but we just allow the form-based understanding of halal, and therefore without questioning the nature of consumerism that is created by the halal market, and we are following that, unfortunately, blindfoldedly. On a similar to on just philosophically looking at issues, of course, the debate that we are having is not necessarily only related to Ramadan, but of course, everyday life of Muslim should reflect certain qualities in relation to how they behave in the everydayness in relation to consumption, production, earning, and spending. However, Ramadan gives us an opportunity to exercise those normative qualities, at least in 1 month, so that we can develop that throughout the year in the remaining 11 months. And having said that, so what is the main Islamic philosophical trust here? One of the first essence that we look into is the emancipation and empowerment. Islam suggests a particular meaning of emancipation and empowerment. And that emancipation starts with, of course, La ilaha illallah, but importantly reflect in everyday life with the giving up process. The emancipated individual requires giving away this dependence on anything that we have around us, and even to that extent of every individual, as well as we can see in the tradition of Prophet Abraham with his son Ismail, that dependence again created a particular dependence, and therefore Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, of course, wasn't after the slaughter of Ismail, but giving us that test of giving up in order to be emancipated. So the giving up part is an essential quality that we are expected, and therefore when we look at the pillar of Islam, whatever we do, whether it is the salat, whether it is the fasting, whether it is the hajj, and whether it is zakat, they are all related giving up from time, giving up from your wealth, is always giving up so that you can reach to emancipation process. And that emancipation therefore essentially relates to giving up, as opposed to accumulation that we have as a culture around us. And therefore Islam is not an accumulationist religion. And in reflecting on that, when we look at the Quran, we don't see, I'm not suggesting that you should do that in the modern times, but we do not see any reference to saving or accumulating for the sake of accumulating. What we see is the spending in the way of Allah, for the sake of Allah, so that the emancipation process can take place. And therefore, individual objective function has been defined as falah, individually reaching to falah, salvation in this world and salvation in hereafter. And that is very much balanced through what we call ihsan. Ihsan is the perfection, perfection to the sense in the sense that reaching to a balanced society, so that while individuals strive for reaching salvation, that individual, depending on the circumstance of the individual, expected to give up whatever the excesses that person might have. That can be wealth, that can be knowledge, that can be in any form. And therefore, Ihsani society, creating that Ihsani society in which a balanced society and equilibrium society can be established is an social objective of Islam. Therefore, on the individual side, an emancipatory individual through with the objective of reaching falah in this world, in the hereafter. And as a result of that, the societal expectation is to create the Ihsani society so that those people who have can help the others to reach to the similar level, not necessarily same level, but at the similar level, so that the balance can be established in the society equilibrium. Because Islam starts from mizan, the balance, a balance in the society order, and therefore our objective is to sustain that order, and hence preventing the consumerism and excessiveness in the society is an objective function. Thank you.
Dr. Ashton, thank you for that. And I think the themes that you addressed, particularly pulling it together at the end with that key word of balance, is important. And I'm pretty sure we're going to have a couple of questions, given the philosophical themes you talked about, and balance. And of course, balance is in the eye of the beholder sometimes, but we have greater insight here in terms of the beholder. Can I please ask Safana Monajed to provide her 5 minutes of perspective here now, and follow on from that? Thank you. Sister, please.
Of course, thank you. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you so much for that intro also. And Dr. Asute, that was awesome to listen to. So just for some background as to where the perspective of mine comes from, to kind of add context. You mentioned Deshan, that I work for a huge media conglomerate, and yes, this is true. So essentially my job is to if we were to kind of say it almost anecdotally, my job is to know everything about everyone in the UK who doesn't define themselves as white British. So the way I've kind of come into contact with Ramadan Tent Project is I try to pitch them to clients who might try to actually understand the, and I really mean that, try to understand the intention behind Ramadan and see how they can support community efforts. Right? Because essentially my job is to connect consumer with brand. Now, of course, there is this almost irony and oxymoronic nature of Ramadan and consumerism, which I feel like we're going to try and tackle here in half an hour, which is almost impossible. But sitting, I guess, in the corporate world and trying to explain to people why Ramadan and consumerism are so oxymoronic, and therefore it's difficult to kind of access that audience is quite a hefty a hefty thing to do in a meeting, if we were to say it lightly. This whole kind of thing of how do Muslims consume during a month that is preaching sacrifice is something that I think in Western culture is quite difficult to wrap your head around, right? So the question we often get asked is, so what kind of products should we be selling? How should we be approaching this audience? The power of the Muslim pound is quite heavy. How do we tap into that? The answer is always, you're trying to approach an audience that for a month is actually, as Doctor said, is trying to do without, right? So your job as trying to kind of tend to that client need, as well as your, I guess, religious and philosophical side, becomes this, like, I don't know, it's a bit of a dichotomy that I kind of have to battle with on a daily. So this is just a little bit of insight as to where my perspective kind of comes from. In terms of, I think, where this might be going, and the thing I wanted to spend a few of my minutes talking about is that the market kind of follows what the money does. So if we as Muslims are not purchasing moisturizers because one brand wants to kind of pitch moisturizers because their perception is dehydration causes lack of moisturization, therefore we need to be selling moisturizers. If we just say no with our money, then that's the way things are going to go. And I think if we're talking quite explicitly about Islam, consumerism, and Ramadan, I feel like this is a thing that needs to kind of be said out loud, in that the Muslim pound is powerful enough to kind of dictate what is marketed to it and what isn't. And I'm actually really glad that you started off the time talking about Christmas, because essentially what we've seen is the succumbing to the whole consumerism ethos in a religious festival, which again kind of poses that strange thing of, is this a time for worship, or is this a time to ramp up consumerism because people are experiencing the same thing at the same time? But really, I guess one of the silver linings that I've seen, and I don't know how long it will last, I don't know how sustainable it is, is that we kind of have at the moment the power to decide what happens based on what we spend on. And that's a very rare opportunity. And I think that's something that needs to be told, from kind of seeing it as an insider and seeing it from meetings where people are trying to say, what should we be advertising? If the answer time and time again is people will not buy your product because it is not synonymous with the month at the time, then that is something that we can kind of hold our heads up proud and say, we didn't let Ramadan kind of fall through the cracks of consumerism, etc. So kind of to try and tie what I'm saying together, because I feel like it was a bit abstract at points, is that people will try to follow the Muslim pound because it is becoming much more powerful, right? Because of the census or what people are understanding about who lives, if we're talking specifically from a UK-centric perspective, if we're trying to understand what is happening with the Muslim audience, as it were, quote unquote audience, the middle class is growing, consumption is growing, Ramadan is something that is observed absolutely universally, so therefore it is an opportunity, it is perceived as an opportunity by brands, markets, etc. They are seeing the kind of echoes of consumerism happening globally for Ramadan, so it's something they're trying to replicate in the UK. So the thing that we can do that might give us a chance, and again, it's this is the perspective that I have, might give us a chance of holding true to what Ramadan is for as long as possible, is to stay very true to what Ramadan is asking us. And that it goes back to the point that Dr. Asite had, is what can you do without? This is a month of sacrifice. This is not a month of consumption. If we understand as Muslims that consumption, Ramadan are oxymoronic, and we spend in that way, we continue to be seen as the charitable community that we are, then I think there's hope to kind of have a much more powerful conversation in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. Safana, and again, you talk about the Muslim pound and the oxymorons that exist, and often we see this, whether it's at breakfast or at Eid, and the amount that is given. I'm not past judgment here, but I certainly think that's going to come, and we'll be discussing that shortly. Can I then move on to Dr. Majid Akhtar for your 5 minutes perspective before Q&A? Dr. Akhtar?
Jazakallah khairan. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So I'm speaking on behalf of the Muslim Council of Britain. And on this topic and on the issue of balance, while there is a ramping of while there is a ramping up of consumerism, there is also a huge amount of charity that goes on in the Muslim community during Ramadan. So the Muslim community is well known to be one of the most charitable communities, if not the most charitable religious community in the UK. And a lot of that charity takes place during Ramadan. So there is this kind of element of giving that's out there. But I think we're very right to think about the consumerism aspect and the Christmasization of our holidays and our festivals, which is kind of anathema to what it's about. It's all about giving. The one common thread between Eid al-Fitr, Eid al-Adha, Ramadan is it's about focusing on others. It's about not focusing on the individual self-indulgence. But I wanted to tackle the topic from a slightly different angle. And that is that there's a hadith of the Prophet ﷺ where he said that the most beneficial of people are those who are, the best of people are those who are most beneficial to others. So the best of people are those who are most beneficial to others. And there are many other hadiths that describe the best of people as being people who have other salient qualities, religious qualities, but being of benefit to others. That comes into the idea of consumerism, because consumerism is very much all about input. It's all about taking things in to yourself. And it's less about output. It's less about producing things for others. It's less about what do you add to society. It's less about what do you contribute to others and to the benefit and well-being of others, your community, your neighborhood, your country, your planet. And an idea that we want to get across here at the Muslim Council is something that we've really seen underlined during the COVID crisis over the last year, is that we've seen so many people, individuals from across the country, so many organizations, affiliates, and bodies stand up and really put aside differences, get past the red tape, and just provide services. That might not be their primary objective. They were a mosque, but now they're providing food to healthcare workers. They were a charity, but now they're providing mental health webinars to families. It's the antithesis of consumerism. It's about what do you give to others? What are you adding of value to your society, to your community? And that very much is part of that Ramadan spirit. And I think that's part of the Ramadan tent project kind of ethos, right? It's you can have that same meal by yourself. There's nothing stopping you from having a date or an indulgent meal on your own, but having it in a tent with lots of other people that you don't know, serving others and sharing with them is actually providing output. And something that maybe the Muslim community can do well to focus on, expand our definition of consumerism to beyond what we think of it in terms of buying things or material objects, and think about consumerism as what does the Muslim community add of value
I love
to
that.
the world. In terms of our, do our phones, our cars, the books that we read, the platforms that we're on, all of these are not built by the Muslim community. What about if we were producing output? So this Ramadan, one of the things that we'd love for the Muslim Council, for everyone to think about, is not just what you're not taking into your body, not just what you're not doing, but think about what you are actively doing. Stop being a consumer, start being a producer.
Thank you very much. I love that, because Dr. Akhtar, I love the way that you turned the definition of consumerism. When I say turn positively, I mean in terms of capturing, owning it, and capturing the times. And I guess this is where probably the first question will lead to the discussion in terms of the times that we're living. We're going in, inshallah, to a second Ramadan, which will be the word virtual Ramadan in terms of here in the UK, because of the physical distancing restrictions we have in place. And it brings us back, hopefully, to a renewed sense of purpose. So I guess building on balance, producer, and sister, you spoke about brands and needs there. If I was to just capture the key words from each of your 5 minutes, in our current state of play, and inshallah moving forward, how confident are you in terms of the Muslim consumer championing and the voice being heard of this definition of consumerism? Let's start with you, Dr. Akhtar, you mentioned it. How confident are you of that voice being heard and amplified? Because that's a potent symbol during these times.
I am more confident because we're having discussions like these. Because things like, panels like this are being organized by organizations like the Ramadan Tent Project, because like my esteemed guests, colleagues here, we're thinking about it. And that means it gives me hope. Like if we weren't even thinking about it, you could see how we can just sleepwalk our way into a very different Ramadan 10, 20 years from now. A very different feel where even we would feel alienated, let alone our parents, right? That this isn't the Ramadan that we knew. And then we become those crotchety old people who kind of always complaining, saying, back in my day, back in the day. And we don't want to be like that. So we're thinking about it, and that gives me hope.
Thank you. And I guess for that, there has to be a dialogue. The beauty of what the team at the Ramadan Tent Project have done is there's a lovely mission to bring communities together to better understand each other. It's very broad, and obviously under the pinnacle of the month of Ramadan and bringing these different communities together to experience Ramadan, to ask questions, to be curious, has that dialogue. And I guess an important part of that is to reach out to those who are different. So if I move on to Sis Stefana, you're working primarily with different consumer target groups and a special view on the Muslim consumer and ethnic minority consumers. The need to reach out to people who are different to you is critical to bring about change. In the divisive times that we live in, whether that's because of politics and what's happening in other parts of the world, or obviously inequality being highlighted, how can we better reach out to get those positive messages across that we've heard from actually all three of you, and reach out across to other communities?
I think it starts off with communities themselves not deviating from what they are and who they are. And what I mean by that is, if, for example, as a Muslim, before you're a consumer, if you are a Muslim, a lot of the times the ethics, as Dr. Asute said, the ethics of how halal is halal, right? The questioning that we are kind of encouraged to do within our religion, that is very true to who we are before we're a consumer. So if we were to stay true to that, the whole outreach thing of how do we better kind of create a cohesive society is kind of already been done, because you've been true to yourself from the get. So it's a much easier kind of mesh to flow through and create cohesion. And again, the reason I say that is because if everyone was to kind of stay true to what it is, it would be kind of quite easy to say the way we would approach this community is by kind of improving our ethics as a brand, as a company, as a whatever it might be, as a community, and say, we can relate on this ground, right? We are similar to you on this basis. We share the same ethos when it comes to et cetera, right? The groundwork has already been done. And I think, so I think it's less in the how do we do the comms, more how can we stay true to who we are, and how can that better encourage cohesion?
Thank you very much, Sis. And I guess that comes to one of Dr. Ashute's points. You know, Ramadan is not just a month. There's an ethos that exists throughout the whole year, and we have to be in a certain way throughout the year, behave a certain way, show that restraint. It's not just 1 month, and that's your get out of jail card, and now go and do what you wish for the rest of the year. So you talked about that briefly, and I guess when we talk about brand, Sister, as well, we talk about define a brand as a promise delivered. So what is the promise that we as Muslims are delivering? And indeed, what do people see from us throughout the year? Dr. Ashton, if you can just extend that with the points you were making regarding balance and behavior through the year.
Okay, thank you again. I think, as I mentioned, Ramadan is a month of exercise in order to check our behaviors and necessarily correct in relation to the promises that we consider that we have made. And those promises is very much promises are very much predicated on the assumption of balance, the continuation and the sustainability of that balance. And hence our consumption, for instance, we are talking about consumption, our consumption should not deviate from that balance. And when there's a deviation, therefore we can go back and check and correct it. So Ramadan gives us that opportunity to review our behavior in relation to every realm of life, including economic and financial life, which includes consumerism as well. Because what we see, unfortunately, the whole focus on Ramadan in a very secular meaning, as if this is the only month that we have to be good Muslim, regardless what happens in the rest of the month, because we have created this market logic, unfortunately, within the Islamic realm. If you do this in Ramadan, you will get this many of reward in return. So everything is around Ramadan, or everything is very much the calculative aspect of our consequences. And therefore people have focused on terribly on Ramadan, but what happens, the rest is not happening. However, Ramadan is just a, if I use the words, is the feedback system. It enables us to check our behavior and the consequences of our behavior, not only behavior, but the consequences. Therefore, in relation to consumerism, for instance, although Muslim pound is strong, therefore it can create opportunity space in the market. However, we do not realize that our pound, the Muslim pound, is working in the same market logic as the conventional market logic. In other words, market is accepting you because you are giving an opportunity space for market to penetrate into your realm as well. So it is expansion of the market logic into the realm of Muslims. So in Ramadan, what we have only, unfortunately, is the deferral of our consumption. So we defer our daily consumption normally we have to after iftar, or monthly to the rest of the year. And therefore the real impact is not happening. Therefore, when you look at macroeconomic data in the Muslim world, you see that the consumption has increased terribly in Ramadan, despite the fact that it should be the giving up month.
And I think that's
the rest of it.
If I may just quickly cut across you there, Doctor, I think this is one of the dichotomies that we see, the level of excess, whether it is spending at iftar or whether it's the breakfast events, iftar events we all attend and invite people to, very different to what we see at the Ramadan Tent Project. And the presence, I'm going to be provocative and say the Christmasization of Eid suddenly. I'm seeing Eid parties, Eid cakes, Eid decorations, and people expecting copious presents. So if I can just go back to, I think it was, you were speaking earlier about moving to a producer mindset. And I just wanted to get a view there, because we have this dichotomy of a producer mindset of helping people. We saw this particularly last year during our first lockdown Ramadan. And then obviously a couple of years ago, when it was reported by the Charities Commission how much money is given during the month of Ramadan. And I think the insight was they couldn't figure out why there were these peaks over the last many years that were moving. And it actually followed Ramadan. So the peaks in charitable giving. So there's two aspects there. There's the giving of time, we saw last year particularly, the giving for charity, zakat obviously, and how that's being recorded. And yet the increased spending on these iftar events and Eid presents. If I can come back to Dr. Akhtar and get your view on that very quickly, and I can ask the other two panelists as well.
Thank you very much. You're absolutely right. There is this increase in giving. So I think we've got that part right, and we could always do better. We should always give more. We're very privileged. It's a lot harder to deny yourself. That's the part I think we need to work on a little bit more, and we can do that. We've seen during COVID that we were able to, because our health was at stake, or the health of our neighbors were at stake, we were able to live without massive Ramadan parties or without huge spreads, and you're having to eat just on your own, even as a smaller family unit. It is possible, and this is the opportunity for us to change our behavior. This is our opportunity to say, hey, let's go, when we go back to normal post-COVID, let's not go back to everything like normal. Let's modulate some of that behavior.
So if I can just bring that back to a cliched term that's being used in the media over the last year, build back better. We talk about build back better in a macroeconomic sense. We talk about build back better in terms of green investment. You're talking about build back better in terms of that Ramadan experience, Akhtar, and how it could be a better, more sustainable way forward. Is it fair to say that?
It's not only fair to say that. Actually, when we're speaking to ministers or shadow ministers, we're telling them that the Muslim position is not build back better, it's build back fairer and better.
Thank you very much. I'm going to hold you on that, because I'd like to get quick closing statements from Dr. Ashatay as well as Sister Monajed as well. So if I just move to Dr. Ashatay, and you can give me a closing thought, building back on, build back fairer and better, and what you'd like to leave our audience with on consumerism and Ramadan.
I think certainly I fully agree with our colleague. What we had so-called normal is not anyway fair, is not just, and therefore building back on the so-called previous normal is not necessarily the way forward. So we have to go back to the initial equation and look at that. There are hegemonies created by, in particular, capital. And we have to remove that hegemonic power of capital and bring all the stakeholders to the same level so that a sustainable world can be possible and how individual can play an important role, in particular Muslims, because we have this ontological essentialized responsibility on our shoulders to essentialize that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I guess there is a narrative there that needs to be shared and amplified. And again, how do we get this narrative into the mass population? So Sister Svana Monajed, what are your closing thoughts? And you're very close to the various target populations we're talking about here. I guess build back better and fairer. Thank you. I'm going to take that now and use that as a sustainable way forward. What are your closing thoughts in terms of getting that narrative out there as well?
I mean, yeah, I completely agree. There's stuff that used to exist that I think does exist that I think kind of almost negates a lot of what being a Muslim is about. So kind of that redistribution of wealth, or at least reflecting on where your wealth, your time, your efforts are going is imperative. The more we do that, the more everyone else will just kind of have to listen. And we do that on our own terms. So I think if I was to leave anyone with anything, the thing that I see is that, of course, the market is the market is the market. But if we do not follow that with our pounds, our time, our anything, they won't follow it. So it is up to us to decide who we are. It's a really good time to reassess, and it's a beautiful time to rebuild back in a way that is much more sustainable and much more honest as to what we believe.
Thank you very much for that. And I guess the closing message there is more than going back to normal and the dubious habits of the past, regardless, there is an opportunity to reset the narrative, to reset the discussion. And of course, having forums like this, organizations like Ramadan Tent Project are absolutely critical. We now need these to be amplified into the other communities, into the mass audience. So I guess with that opportunity to reset and progress, I'd like to thank you all for your time. Jazakallah, Dr. Mehmet Ashtay from the University of Durham, Dr. Vajid Akhtar, the Assistant Secretary General of the Muslim Council of Britain, and Safana Monajed from Omnicom Media Group. Thank you very much for your insights and times. And I look forward to hearing certainly the next panel on identity and food, and a final panel of the day, which I think will extend some of our discussion, when I'll be talking about charity and community spirit. Thank you very much, and Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum and welcome to our penultimate panel of today's conference, which is on the topic of food and identity. My name is Ramona Ali, and I'm really honored and really psyched and excited to introduce the powerhouse that is Asma Khan. Asma is a chef, an entrepreneur, and she was the first British chef to feature on Netflix's Chef's Table. She is also the founder of Darjeeling Express, an Indian restaurant run by an all-female kitchen, and I've had the privilege of enjoying a sensational goat curry at Darjeeling Express, which was awesome. So I'd just like to welcome Asma now. It's such an honor to have you with us. Assalamu alaikum, Asma.
Alaikum salam, and thank you for the generous introduction.
I mean, it was, I kept it really brief. I could have really gone on. But it's just really, I met you in your restaurant once, very briefly for a photo opportunity. And it's just so great to meet you now and to talk about such a fascinating and vast area of food and identity. And the question that we want to ask you, the broad one, is about what role does food play in shaping our identities? And now you can speak about that from a personal perspective as well as a much broader one. So please, over to you.
Thank you very much. I really think that this is something that we need to speak a lot about. And I was so delighted, very delighted that was you. I was going to be discussing this subject with, but also very happy that, there's a recognition. But then Ramadan Tent, project has always been, very interesting, that they've actually understood that, we need to look at the roots of our tradition. And that's what we need to nourish. And food is the heart of it. Food is part of our DNA. Food is something that we come back to when we celebrate death, birth, marriages. There is food that is symbolic to breaking of fast, to Eid, to celebrations, to sorrow and grief as well. There are things that we all turn to. When this is our companion through life, how is it not part of who we are? And then, this is why I always talk about food, but I always talk about food linked very, very closely to my culture, my religion, my ethnicity, my background. The real difficulty has been that the acceptable part of people that look like you and me, our food is taken away, separated from our culture, separated from the symbolism and the respect and the honor of ingredients and the hands that cook that food, the blessings that are linked to that food. You take away my food. You cannot have my food and not have me. You need to take me there too. On your table, I need to be part of this narrative. You cannot just pick up, some part of my culture. And I say this not just about food. I say this about everything. You cannot wear my clothes. You cannot listen to my music. You cannot copy my architecture. Not because I think that I'm being selfish. I want a seat on the table. I want to sit down with you. I want you to tell what is the roots of what you are showing, what you're cooking, what you're doing. And a lot of people, have asked me this, that does this mean that, you're talking about cultural appropriatism, that, only people who are Muslim or only people who are Asian or South Asian can cook the food? Not at all. You can come from Mars. Please cook the food. But at least understand the stories. And this is why identity and food are absolutely linked. I think some fault lies with us because we ourselves take it so for granted that we don't talk enough about it, that we don't highlight it, that we don't shout that when I moved into this place, this is a Grade 2 listed building. It's a flagship restaurant in Covent Garden. I walked in, and for me, this was a war cry, not for myself, but for my entire culinary heritage in a very, very rarefied, very European style of where this is all you get around in Covent Garden. Very, very, exclusive, seen as elevated cuisine, complex cuisine. I have my seat on the table. And this is why identity in food is very important. Sorry, that's a very long answer.
No, I love long answers because it's such a huge area and so fascinating. And there's a lot to unpack when it comes to food and identity. And I just think about what you're talking about kind of what we bring to, or what food brings to us as well. It's like a personality. Like, do we bring our personalities to the food, or does the food define our personalities?
It's, and the thing is that I realize I'm going through this kind of, I question myself a lot now when I see how my kids eat paratha, what they eat it with. It's disastrous. But the fact that, they eat it with the respect that I want them to eat it with, I forgive them for the rubbish that they're putting inside it. But, it's this thing that, we are so close. It is like asking me, do I feel my skin? If I rub it, I do. But it is with me all the time. This is our food. This is how close our food is to us. It is in our heartbeat. It's in our bloodstream. It's that close to who we are. But because it is so close, often we forget to honor it and respect it. And, I don't know. Your answer is really, there's no answer to your very interesting question that, what comes first? Is this chicken and egg situation that, what makes what? But the fact that I think this also has to be another bridge between us as a community who have to explain to our host communities sometimes of who we are. And I think that, you find this concept of breaking bread constantly in the Bible. You find it in the Quran, this whole idea of feed your neighbors, always give this whole thing of how important it is to share food, to give, giving food. I think this is really important that we all do it. And this is why, I love, it's really unfortunate another year we will not be able to celebrate, Ramadan the way that, it would be perfect, especially after the kind of pandemic we've had, to embrace and to eat and to share. But that has to wait another year, inshallah, hopefully. In 1 year, we will all be able to do it. But it is, it's complex. I mean, I wanted to ask you as well, because I read a lot of stuff that you write, and I remember reading that piece that you wrote on Nadia after, the Great British Bake Off, and she won. Yeah. And it was a very powerful piece, and, you could see there was so much emotion in there. I want to know, where does food, where is food in your life? How important is it? How would you put it down as, how central is it to your being?
I mean, food is my most favorite topic. So of course it's very intrinsic to who I am, but I worry about losing a sense of who I am when I lose how I know how to make the food that my mother makes, or the food of my motherland. So on Eid day, my mum often makes like savaya or like shir korma, and that is something that it's a nostalgic association with that food on Eid, and that's just something that is traditional and something that we embrace every year. So we can't have Eid unless we have shir korma, you know what I mean? So it's actually the relationship between my identity and food is really, really intrinsic. But I also worry that, am I losing my authenticity? Because there's this whole kind of, will I be able to make that later on, many years, in the future? And will I lose that sense of my own tradition because I don't have it? I don't have that skill set yet. I kind of, leave it to my mother. So these are the kind of worries that I have. But also I think about fusion. And fusion food and the fusion of cultures, which has been around for centuries. So, for example, the chili was imported to India from South America via the Portuguese. So I was just kind of thinking about all of those things, and, identity is very broad and it can be very encompassing. So do we carry on with that cultural fusion?
Yeah, it is always, I mean, I sometimes have, difficult conversations with people who tell me that, from the chickpeas in India to the cauliflower, which the British got, and the potatoes were between the Portuguese and the British. They're the ones who got potatoes. Aloo gobi matar would not have happened in India if it had not been. And samosa is not Indian, it came, it's there in the Tughlaqnama. There's a whole kind of explanation of the, the sailors and the kind of stuff that they actually got the samosa on the table, sambusa at that time. But it's complicated because, yes, it is a moving game. It is like the water that will eventually reach the ocean. It meanders and moves and it takes on different colors. The river will never look the same at the same time. I think it's the same with our food. Our food will evolve. Things will happen. Fusion will happen. I'm not, a Luddite who will say, oh no, we're not going to change anything. We're going to be exactly as it is. We're going to cook, on coal and fire and no innovation at all. But the thing is that I am concerned about innovation and twists and losing the stories. I've just signed the second cookbook. I was supposed to write another kind of cookbook. I've signed the second cookbook. It's called Ammu. It's dedicated to my mother. Alhamdulillah, she's alive, and I want to do this in her lifetime so she can guide me through the book. It's 5 chapters of 5 chapters cover 5 decades of my life. And I'm really now suffering, but my mother is giving me the most vague instructions on the phone, like a little bit of this and a little bit of that, this spoon, like, Amma, what size spoon is it, her spoon in the kitchen. Yeah. So I add 1 spoon of this. What is the 1 spoon you're adding? No, she cannot explain this. But, this kind of really absolutely, inadequate explanations by my Amma. Yeah. But of course, I can't see her. But I'm desperately doing this because I think that we all need to chronicle the food of our mothers. Not everybody has a good, a mother who's a good cook, but everybody, can learn something. And, and as, the last chapter is me as Ammu. I have 2 grown-up children, mashallah, and I'm writing, and there are some quite shocking recipes people will find, of things that I'm making. But these are things I've had to make because to make my children happy. One child doesn't eat Indian food and he will not have anything that has gravy in it. So, I'm having to live with that. So there are all these recipes of stuff that is my food, but I'm hiding it, camouflaging it so that it looks a bit Gora. So, it's this thing. It is complicated, but, my concern is of being othered and being dismissed. This is, I think that I need to bring food on the platform that we're fighting. When we're talking about rights and equality and our right to be heard and treated equally, very, very important. We just had Riz Ahmed, being nominated for the Oscars, first Muslim in a leading role. I was crying when I saw that. And I was just thinking, how has it taken this long? How has it taken this long? And we are all, shattering, you as well with your writing, we are all shattering things that, people of our community who looked like us, who sounded like us, didn't do. This is very important. And we need to take the food with us. And yes, it can twist and yes, it can turn. We would not have had the biryani, we would not have that kofta and the korma and all of this if it had not been for the wonderful people coming in with the spice and the techniques from the Middle East. And I'm grateful to them. But I also want to point out one thing. In my own country, where my right and my, identity is being questioned, my food is also being questioned. What I eat is being questioned. These things become very closely linked. And this is the dangerous thing. And this is why it is so important that food is about politics. Food is about power. And even though it's delicious and we all love it, and, you can have a day, when I sit and I sprinkle sugar on my hot paratha with ghee. And I think this is such a bad thing, but such a good thing to eat. So when my food pleasure is reduced to that, of melting sugar on my hot paratha, it doesn't take away from the fact that I will then be ready to argue about my identity, the links of that piece of bread to me, why it is so important. Because, I'm deeply uncomfortable with, and this is happening around the world, but more so in some countries, where people are being lynched for what they eat.
Yeah.
And I just think that, you should be grateful, alhamdulillah, you eat. I come from a country where people die of hunger. I think we should focus on that and not on what people eat. And this is the problem that, we are facing terrible, situations with climate change, with wars, with famines. There is a problem with getting distribution right of food, getting people to eat. There are politicians create a situation where people go to war, the children starve to death. This is again to do with all to link with food as well. So, wars are discussed about what land and what city fell and which, place was bombed. The fact that there was nothing left to eat is towards the end of the story. I think that it's really important where there is brutality and starvation so much around. We also need to find it within ourselves to talk about food, but in a more inclusive way, that we talk about the politics of food and who's eating and who's not eating. The fact that someone is, whether they're eating halal or they're not eating halal, whether it's plant-based and vegan and all these nitty-gritty things that we get ourselves into knots for. We should actually not do that. It is, if it's important part of your belief, well and good. You want to be vegan, very good. I don't want to be, please leave me alone. Do not lecture me and do not tell me how good it is for me. I don't need to know. Do I look like the size of person who listens to what is good for me? No. But it really is, food should not become about preaching, but food should really be about celebration and gratitude. The biggest thing is that gratitude, that, I think that we're not grateful enough that we eat. And that's really that hurts me because I have seen so much starvation. I mean, I've gone to refugee camps. I've worked with very impoverished families. I've had a child die in my lap, and I knew that was because child hadn't eaten for a long time. You don't forget these things. You don't forget these things. They color your judgment forever, as it has for me. Yes, I run a restaurant, it's all nice and celebrations and everything. But, it is always about ibadat. It is about worship. It is about commitment and faith. This is why I cook. In some ways, I see this as my duty, as my service to humanity. I don't want to know what your faith is. I don't want to know who you are, what your beliefs are, anything. I will feed you because I feel my ability to cook is a God-given thing in my hands. Allah gave me the ability to cook, gave me a mother like Ammu, who does give recipes very badly on the phone, but still, she taught me how to cook. I will take this ability and I will take it somewhere. I will talk about food, but I'll talk about fire and injustice and how, the rights of women in kitchens, which is what I'm doing. So this is why it is so important for me.
That is absolutely fascinating. There are so many ways that we could go from what you've said about food injustice and food poverty and the rise of food banks in the UK and what Ramadan Tent Project have been doing for years of bringing people together and serving the community as you have. And I know that you're a long-term supporter of the Ramadan Tent Project, and you have also done such incredible work, I know, with refugees and with the vulnerable. So honestly, it's such a God bless you for everything that you have done in highlighting those issues and also in serving the people who really need that support through food and through the celebration of food, and have, these should have the basic right of having that celebration as well of food, and it's being denied them constantly. So no, honestly, it's really interesting to hear about food. They tell a story. It tells a story. Food tells our stories, and it also cements our communities. So when it's taken away, our communities can crumble. So, but there can also be a lot of division and tension in society. So, we want to look at how food can be an answer to that. How can we build communities with food? How have you used food to build a sense of togetherness?
It's very interesting, this point that you were making about, togetherness and power and in community. In India, one of the ways that, the powerful stayed powerful was to tell people of particular castes that you couldn't eat with someone else, that they were impure, that you couldn't share the same well, that you couldn't drink from there. So if anyone tells you that food is not something that is important in community building, I will point this out to you. The way that people were kept divided, impoverished in their place, without aspirations, was that you did not drink water from the same well, that you did not share food from the same table. And when we do not have in certain communities this burden, we really need to use food as a way to bring people together. Because we have seen that by telling people you cannot eat together, you cannot break bread together, that this is unclean and this person is not clean and this person is not pure, it's really difficult. I mean, I remember the shock I felt when I'd gone to the Yazidi camp and I was, working with 18, 19-year-old girls who had been enslaved by ISIS, from the age of 8 and 9. I was telling them, we were trying to discuss what to make in the cafe that I had set up, and they were all talking about, they didn't know how to make any Yazidi food. And I was like, how come, you're Yazidi? They were saying, we were told that our food is not clean. So they never learned. While they were enslaved, they cooked food of the person who had enslaved them. They were told that their food is unclean. And I told them, this is the food that we're going to now cook in the camp. We're going to cook Yazidi food. Who tells you your food is not clean? Who tells you your food is not, complex, not delicious, not good? And the thing is that this is kind of, when someone says, I find your food really yucky, or it's very smelly, it's as if they tell me they find me smelly, that they find me yucky, they find the color of my skin ugly. It is that personal. And this is why we need to say that, the thing that I loved about Ramadan tent, when they used to be in SOAS, we used to hold the tent when the wind used to blow, because it was literally a tent, the kids' tents that you have, and we used to all hold it down, and you couldn't wash. I've seen, mashallah, how much they've grown, the kind of messages they've been able to kind of bring out to people, commendable. And really, the emphasis on interfaith, that's very important, because I am very uncomfortable with any kind of gathering of people where it is, at least we are not like them. And I'm very bothered about that. We are all human. We all have our different beliefs and faiths. Even within Islam, we have our own differences, of how you see yourself. People often ask me, are you very religious? Are you spiritual? I said yes. They said, but you don't wear a hijab. And I think this is a very personal thing for me. I hate this, that people are always willing to make judgments on you, based on what you look like, or what you do, or how good your food is, or what you've made. And I think this whole thing that let's just put our burdens down. Let's put away these things. More than anything else, after this year of a pandemic, where all of us have lost. I have lost 3 members of my family. I mean, I've lost my business, and the debt I have is incredible. Yet every morning I wake up and I thank God. Every morning I wake up. This overwhelming sense of gratitude that I live another day, that I can do something for someone else today, that I can make a difference, is such a privilege. I think we need to understand this, that, you don't live because you're not here to take, you're here to give. And I think that, Ramadan is such a kind of fabulous opportunity, because, everybody is very obsessed. They keep telling us, oh, you can't drink water, and you can't do this, and you can't do that. And, how you don't drink the whole time for 1 month. People are like amazed at this whole idea. But to give up something which is so natural part of our life, your morning coffee, if you smoke your cigarette, your cupcake and your donut and your all the unhealthy stuff that you did, that we have it in us to be able to give it up, says so much about us, that we can, put everything else above ourselves. And if it is not in the name of religion or in the name of anything else, I just want us all to be able to put others above us. This is the one thing that we do in Ramadan, that our faith is that no one is watching. You can slyly sit and eat, anything you want, hidden from everybody else. Why do you not eat? What is holding you back? When we can do this for 1 month, let's do this for the whole year. Not eat for the whole year, from dawn to dusk, but show control and restraint and compassion and solidarity and all of this thing. Stand by people who are being victimized. Stand by I mean, every day, the kind of refugee bashing that is happening against migrants, against others, those who do not have a voice, be the voice of the voiceless, So, this whole idea that, we kind of get slightly locked into this fact that, we're not eating from, morning to dusk, and this is what it is. It is not that. I don't even see this as part of what it is. Not eating is not part of it. It is a purification of yourself, of your soul. It is a creative pause. It is the pandemic for us in that 1 month, when everything stops and everything changes and everything that is our routine stops. I think it's a great opportunity. So whoever has, even if you're not fasting, I really want people to use this as a time to think about the community. Many of us can't fast. I can't fast this year because of diabetes. But, it is, I'm in some ways, my first reaction was, oh, I'm very excited because now I can cook. It's really hard to cook when you're fasting. Yeah. I can't. I find it like, oh my God, I'm so hungry. But, it's just, I'm human. So I think it's just, I love what Ramadan 10 project, and I'm so happy for chance to talk to you, although I've been talking nonstop and I apologize for that.
No, but that's what we want. We want you to speak because it's about you. It's about Asma Khan and about your thoughts and about Ramadan and about food and about culture and identity and freedom and injustice. So you've covered so much in a really, really brief amount of time. So we're very, very grateful to you for your time and for your wisdom and your experiences and your insights, which are, honestly, we could talk for the entire day about this, perhaps even the whole month of Ramadan about this. So honestly, thank you so much for your time. I think we are coming to a close now. Unfortunately, it felt like it just flew by. It flew by that half an hour, but I really want to thank you and to say a very blessed Ramadan to you, and that you get all the blessings of Ramadan and also the goodness that you give out as well, that we will be beneficial recipients of that, and the people who really need it will be, inshallah, very grateful. So thank you Asma Khan, and I hope to see you soon in your restaurant, actually.
Inshallah, and a very blessed Ramadan to everybody, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
And next up, we will be having another panel, which will be our final panel of the day, on community and charity. So just we'll have a little comfort break for a minute. Thank you.
Assalamu
alaikum.
Apology, just I'm driving and I had to stop somewhere.
You're not driving in Istanbul by any chance, are you?
I wish. It's a dream. It's a dream at the moment.
It's a dream. Okay, so now after a full day of brilliant speakers who have explored really important topics and areas, we have our final session of the day entitled Charity and Community Spirit in Ramadan, for which we have three individuals who epitomize the word community. We're happy to have with us Zia Salik, the Interim Director of Islamic Relief UK, who has also been the head of fundraising at Islamic Relief for over 2 years. And we have Fadia Tani, not joining us from Turkey, but in fact, probably somewhere on a motorway, who is the CEO of Muslim Charities Forum, who has 30 years of experience in the community and the charity sector. And we also have Lucy Bushell-Matthews, who is the Director of Operations at National Zakat Foundation, and she is a seasoned business development professional in the NGO sector, and she was also the front cover of Amel magazine once upon a time. So welcome to all three of you. Thank you so much for joining us today, especially in the lead up to Ramadan, which, as we all know, is incredibly manic and busy for all of your charities. So we really appreciate your time. And so we'll hear from each of you for about 5 minutes, and then we'll open up the Zoom floor to questions from attendees. And of course, you can also pick up on what each other is saying in the discussion if you wish. So now you'll be addressing the question, how can we create impactful change? And I will begin by handing over to Zia Salik first, if that's okay. Zia, please take it away.
No problem, inshallah. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. And thank you, first of all, for having us on. And not only on this conference, but alhamdulillah, I think many of the kind of supporters of Ramadan 10 project will know that this Ramadan, we are one of the key partners for the project, inshallah, for Ramadan. And of course, Ramadan is the month of Quran, it's the month of fasting, and for us guys, and for everyone actually, for Muslims everywhere, it's the month of charity. And I think the three things are very interlinked. The Quran was revealed in the month of Ramadan, fasting was ordained for us, and as well as learning self-control and coming closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, fasting also teaches us to empathize for those that unfortunately don't get to break their fast at the end of the day, who probably don't have food for most of the year. And subhanAllah, just before this session, I was listening to Asma Khan talk about some of the refugee camps that she's been to and some of the people she's met who, you know, are literally having to see their loved ones lose their lives for a lack of food. So Ramadan is to really kind of build that empathy that we should have for one another. And for that empathy to translate into action, not just to feel sorry for people, but actually to say, we feel this hunger, we feel this thirst, but we know what it feels like, but we have something at the end of the day that will bring us relief. And really for that feeling to translate into action, to say that for those that have not, we want to, or I want to do something about that. So the work that I think all of us are involved in on the call at the moment is to try to get that message across, to say that people that are going without food, that are facing challenges like natural disasters, famines, or human man-made disasters like war and displacement. You know, in the last 12 months, I'm sure everyone's heard time and time again the impact of the pandemic and the effect that it's had. For the first time, brought many challenges that we normally associate with overseas to our own doorstep, to our own shores. A disease that's affecting so many people, taking so many lives. People losing income, loss of savings, etc., and people falling into poverty, or more people falling into poverty, because we already know that poverty, of course, exists on our doorstep. And I think you know, this sense of community has been personified by the people that themselves have been impacted, yet they come forward to support those that that have still been affected by this pandemic, both locally as well as globally. And I think this Ramadan, I mean, as I said, we're honored to be partnering with RTP. And I think for us, it's important to get this message to as many people as possible. And the initiative that RTP is taking, and alhamdulillah, the amazing work that they've been doing over the years is great. But this year specifically, especially with Islamic Relief, and I'm sure with other organizations as well, we're taking meaningful action where we're not just saying, yes, we we stand by those that have been affected. We stand by those that have a lack of food, and we raise awareness about the issue. Of course, that's important. But this Ramadan, especially when anybody that's taking part of the My Open Iftar project with Ramadan 10, they're actually contributing directly to providing food for families that have been affected. So for me, I think, alhamdulillah, there's lots of ways that people can be active, lots of ways that people can contribute directly to making that change. We're obviously going to be focusing on making a change in ourselves, in our personal habits, and we all have certain bad habits. And we know that if you do any research online, you'll find that to lose a bad habit doesn't happen overnight. It sometimes takes 10 to 15 days, sometimes it takes 15 to 30 days. So really this month is a month of almost like you take your car in for an annual service and an MOT. That's what we're doing for ourselves, and trying to take that month to really pull back on some of the things that we think are not great and try to do more of the things that are good, so that the month is really just a springboard for us to develop and better ourselves for the rest of the year. And not only from a personal perspective, but in terms of our contributions to our local community first, and of course then the global community. So I'm really glad that we've got a sister from NZF here as well, who alhamdulillah have been working very closely in light of everything that's been happening. And I hope that the message that we have today will inspire change for many people that are taking part. That Ramadan is really just a kickstart, and that's the main thing. That Ramadan is really just an initiation, and that we can continue and use that to propel ourselves through the rest of the year, inshallah. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much, Zia. That was really important and very compact as well. A lot to unpack there, perhaps in the Q&A, but thank you so much. Now I will hand over to Lucy Bushell-Matthews next, if that's all right. And I will hand over the floor to you now, Lucy. Thank you. And let's just are you unmuted? Yes. I hope.
Is that better?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank
you. Are we ready to go? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ramona, and thank you, Zia. I think it led really naturally, I think, perhaps from yourself to me, talking about first local and then global. But the title we have today, how can we create impactful change? I wanted to start with imagining. And let's imagine a community where we all have a close connection with God, where we commit to the Shahada, the testament of faith, committing to it because we choose to, and our children and our children's children grow up to do the same. And imagine in that community, we pray individually and collectively, strengthening our bonds with God and strengthening our ties with that community. And imagine in that community, some of us have more and can thrive without help.
Yes, this one's happening, but my one's finished.
And are finding it tough.
My one later.
Sorry, just a moment. Could we just mute ourselves? Whoever isn't Lucy, could you please mute yourself? Thank you. Sorry, Lucy.
No problem. No problem. I was saying that some have more and thrive without help. Some have less and are finding it tough. But those who have more in this imagined community see it as their responsibility to support those who have less. They circulate some of their wealth as zakat. They are givers, feeling compassion, seeing their wealth become full of barakah or blessings. Others are receivers. They're feeling cared for. They're now able to start to thrive. At different times, any single person may be a giver or a receiver. It is a supportive and close community where faith in humanity and indeed in God can flourish. So to create impactful change, let's think today about three things. Firstly, what is the impact we are trying to see? Secondly, what cause should we give for? And thirdly, who can we give to help us make the impact we want to see for the cause we want to give for? So firstly, what is the impact we're trying to see? As a giver, is it the flourishing community I've just outlined? Or do you have another vision instead of or alongside that? Maybe you have a relative who died of cancer and you'd like to help eradicate the illness. Maybe you're deeply moved by a tragedy unfolding on international media and would like to help reduce world suffering. Maybe you have personal links to a project in a particular community and would like to see direct results from your own giving. Or perhaps you're thinking, I'm more concerned really about maximizing impact for me as a giver. How can I get the most blessings? Can I spread my donation over the last 10 nights of Ramadan? How can I make sure I give it all on that special night of the 27th? After thinking about what impact we want to see, a second aspect is thinking about what to give for. The two categories of zakat mentioned before all others are the poor and then the needy. And yet God, the all-knowing, the all-wise, gave us 8 categories of zakat. Do we want to consider the rest of them? Is Sadaqah Jariyah, continuous charity, something we want to leave behind only after we die? Or is it something we want very much to be with us during our life? And a third thing to think about is who can help us make the impact we want to see. If you would like to give through a charity, do you have the time and the skills to research it? Is it making a difference? Is it well run? Is it transparent? Rather than looking for zero admin costs, is it investing to make sure it provides the highest quality service for recipients and for givers? And if you don't have time to research the charity, have Sharia scholars endorsed it? Have top quality auditors endorsed it? Have any charity evaluators rated it? The US has Charity Navigator and Give Well. Here in the UK, the most significant evaluator I could find was called Charity Clarity. So what do the experts say? Not one of us can create impactful change by ourselves. It was a first last year that Islamic Relief contributed 350,000 of zakat to National Zakat Foundation, so NZF could distribute zakat grants directly to Muslims in need in the UK. It was a great example of charities working together. But each one of us is an individual giver. And as individual givers, we have a choice to make about how and where we give. So what's your vision? What cause are you going to give for? And who can best help you make that impact? Let's each of us really think about our own giving, and then we can start to create impactful change together. Thank you. And thanks so much to Ramadan Tent Project for putting this program together, and specifically this session on charitable giving, which is so important.
That is brilliant. Thank you so much, Lucy. Some really important questions that you voiced that a lot of us have. So thank you very much for explaining it and walking us through that. And now finally, I would like to hand over to Fadi Itani, who thankfully is still with us there. Fadi, please address the question of how can we create impactful change? Fadi.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Ramona, and thank you to my fellow brothers and sisters on the panel. Thank you to RTP for this opportunity. I think we actually asking two very challenging questions here. One is change, and the other one is impact. And they two separately, if you separate them, they're very deep and complicated really to translate in a way somehow into action. But let's inshallah hope that together here we reminding each other to see how we can go through this and hopefully benefit from what we can do, especially we in the light at the moment of Ramadan, the blessed months. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to help all of us to reach it, inshallah. And it is in itself, Ramadan itself is really the month of reminding each one of us always to be first of all sustainable in a way, and to be impactful by the way we change ourselves and by the way we also impact the life of others. The challenge we have is sometimes is how to measure this impact, and please allow me, Roman, that I think we need to make sure that as some of our scholars always used to remind us, be Rabbanic, so be the people of Allah, don't be Ramadanic. So Ramadan is a stop to recharge and move. And sometimes we basically, with the way we do things, charities, individuals, mosques, and so on, we actually enforce that Ramadan, yes, is a special occasion, but we actually try to reinforce it too much that actually we disconnect people that they should carry the spirit of Ramadan beyond that. They should remember, and for example, I will throw just an example here. many of our charities, and allow me to say this word, they're guilty of now confusing the donors between to connect zakat and Ramadan. Zakat and Ramadan has no connections. Zakat in itself is a pillar. Ramadan as fasting is another pillar. Zakat is not supposed to be due in Ramadan, and this is another challenge for all of us. Zakat is supposed to be due for each one of us, depends on our financial year and when we start this financial year, basically when the savings start. And itself is a very impactful, powerful tool. For example, Ramona, for you, zakat is due in, let's say, Sha'ban, mine in Shawwal, Zia in Ramadan, and so on. But now we basically pushing the people to just think that zakat should be and must be paid in Ramadan. I know that actually the multiple reward, 70 times more for anything we give, is important, or any deed or action, especially a wajib, a farida, that actually compulsory will be multiple, 70 times and more and so on. So sometimes all of us, we would like really to grab this opportunity to multiply the reward. But at the same time, we actually disabling a very important tool like zakat, which is supposed to help people 12 months a year, not just in 1 month of the year. Because when my zakat is due in, let's say, in Shawwal, and this zakat is discharged and paid and transferred and given to the people who've got the right to it, they actually have been made sustainable or sufficient at that time. So just an example here that sometimes we do things because we actually get away with it, and this is sometimes we need to be careful of not to commercialize, and I think there was a session before, to commercialize and consumerize Ramadan, and to make sure that if we want to be sustainable, to think medium long term. Giving people pack of foods every Ramadan doesn't make them sustainable, and it will leave a short-term impact. And to celebrate that we actually giving people food every Ramadan, and they're not thinking that how can we lift those people out of poverty, which it could be slightly more expensive, but for us on the long term will leave an impact on those people. And for us, it will be inshallah a ongoing sadaqah jariyah reward for all of us. And let's remember that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala always reminded us, Inna Allah la yughayyiru ma biqawmin hatta yughayyiru ma bi anfusihim. So to be impactful, sustainable, and have a change, we need, I know Sister Lucy said, individually we may not be able to do it, but we need actually change, and impact needs to start from ourselves, translated into our families, translated into our community, translated into our organizations, and so on. And here I think there is a duty on all of us, a duty on our organizations to make sure that we think differently in the way we do things. Filling basically a containers of food and taking them all the way to Syria from the UK, is this impactful? Is it sustainable? Is it creating a change? I don't think so. Is actually we doing things because they are attractive, they appeal to our community, but they actually may be more expensive, and they may be more damaging to the local economy in Syria, for example, or their host country or next door country, neighboring country, which is supporting a lot of refugees, and so on, and more expensive for all of us. So sometimes we really need to be careful not to go for the popular things, for the easy thing, for what actually people feel is good, and not to be driven in a way, all of us, that now we are worried to give, the last 10 nights now, how can I give my donations? Why we have to worry about this in a way that we actually now allowing some people to give us an option while we're sleeping, while we're praying, while we're doing whatever we do, that to give the donation without worrying about it, for example. I mean, since when we actually need to stop be worrying about if we miss any of the nights, that actually we may miss the opportunity of the reward. That's mean we are questioning our relationship between us and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this is actually where the change starts, that you will be rewarded for the niyyah whenever is the night of the 27th happen. The last 10 nights are full of rewards. We don't know which one, and this is an opportunity for all of us. So here I think we need just to, and I'll finish with this, to encourage our organizations, to encourage impact, and to encourage sustainable impact for the long term by basing it on some sort of what we call it measurable things, because you cannot say I'm leaving a impactful change when we don't know what we're measuring against. And so it will be good for us to see our community, whether in the UK, we're helping so many people lifting out of poverty and so on. Outside the UK, we manage, instead of talking about numbers, let's talk about stories, about success stories of people that we changed their lives, inshallah.
Thank you. Those are really pertinent points that you're making, and some that I actually wanted to pick up in some of our Q&A about this. You know, Ramadan for all of your charities is just such a hugely busy month. It's where you see the biggest drive in giving, and all your employees are overworked, you're overworked in that month and even in the lead up to it. So how, you know, Fadi has mentioned some of those things, but, you know, how do we begin to carry some of that drive throughout the year? How do we kind of distribute the way we give throughout the rest of the year, and not only depend on Ramadan as the month that we give? So I'm happy for anyone to pick up that question or to respond to what Fadi has just said.
Yeah, Fadi, as always, mashallah, just went in there with his very direct approach. I think we need to kind of, I agree with a lot of the points that were made, and I think the idea of Ramadanizing zakat, if that's what we can call it, is, you know, it can be seen as a problem to a certain extent. But I think both myself and just Lucy can probably attest to the fact that zakat givers are there all year round. Of course, we see the spike, and you know, I'm sure the same is for NZF and for Islamic Relief. We see around 45% of zakat coming in that let's say 6-week period in the build up to Ramadan itself. But that's a lot of that is down to the fact that as Fadi said himself, you know, the rewards are multiplied, and of course, who doesn't want the extra reward? I mean, we talk about, you know, buy one get one free offers, and people go crazy over them. We're talking give once and get 70 in return. So naturally, that drives the community to give more in the month of Ramadan. However, we know for a fact that people are in need all year round, and there are times, I mean, Sister Lucy can attest to the need that arose towards the end of the year in 2020 in the UK specifically, with the pandemic taking a grip, second lockdown coming in, more people losing their jobs, etc. And zakat was one of those means by which many people got back on their feet, and the community responded. So I think it's I think it's probably unfair to say that you know, we're kind of driving you know, people to give their zakat purely in Ramadan. I think the message that you know, every organization pushes in the month of Ramadan is down to the people that they are serving and the people that they are trying to help. And most of the time, you know, the message that we give is, in this blessed month of Ramadan, you are going to give your zakat or your sadaqah, or you're going to do good deeds ultimately, whichever form they take. So, you know, these are the causes. I think there is a big education piece. And if you look at income for most organizations, Islamic Relief specifically, I can speak about with some authority, a lot of our money is restricted. When donors give to us, they give with very specific, not very specific, but they'll say, for example, emergencies for example, in Syria or in Yemen. And in some of these disaster response areas, you know, Fadi will know better than me, that some of these kind of immediate remedial actions are absolutely essential. Of course, livelihood programs, microfinance, long-term development programs that will lift people out of poverty. This is the ultimate, this is the ideal solution. And inshallah, we pray that these places are out of the emergency phase so that we can move on to the development phase and we can implement them. In some countries where we've done these development programs and especially microfinance as a tool to help people out of poverty, they've changed entire communities. They've changed, you know, to a point where, you know, an example I'll give very shortly, in Bangladesh, we had a group of women who are widows, and in that community, they were almost outcasted. They were seen as a burden on the in-laws who, when their husband passed away. So the husband's family were like, we can't provide for you anymore. You're gonna have to fend for yourselves. You know, the taboo subject of marrying a widow, it was almost like a second layer of challenge that they had to face. And then they had no way of earning an income to feed their orphan children. So instead of giving them handouts, we set up a women's cooperative and we gave them an initial grant to set up this business. We taught them and we trained them in certain techniques of design and textiles and whatever else. And we actually paid for a fashion designer almost to work with them, to a point where within a year, this cooperative grew to 900 women. They had enough to earn themselves a monthly salary. They had enough money to actually pay the designer to stay on for another year to help them design more clothes. And they were literally selling to the open market. And they had profits that they were then investing, to a point where these women were employing other widows in the village. And these were now the businesswomen of that area. So you can see the amazing transformation that can take place. So I'm definitely with Fadi on that. But I think, you know, unfortunately, we have over many years have got to a point where people associate charity with that handout. I think, of course, in times of crisis, when somebody is starving and they need that food to survive, we have to provide them with that food. When someone is malnourished in Yemen and they're on the brink of death, we need to give them the treatment to save their life. But of course, the ideal scenario is to put those measures in place. And I'm sure there's lots of examples from NZF that can kind of showcase the life-changing transformational impact that zakat has had.
Can I say something quickly, Ramona?
Yes, please.
Is that, so NZF has, we find that approximately 80% of our zakat income from givers is given in Ramadan. So 80% of the total amount we receive from people who choose to give zakat is in Ramadan. But as Zia indicated, our needs, the needs of the recipients are throughout the year. So what we do now is, when we have given out that zakat, we let people know the month in which it is being distributed. And sometimes givers are surprised. They think, I've given it in Ramadan, you must give it out in Ramadan. But as Zia said, the need is year round. And so we let people know when it's actually reached the recipient. The other thing is, at the moment, 98% of our zakat collectively in the UK goes abroad. So that's why I was saying in the talk, actually, let's look at ourselves as givers. Each one of us within the UK are making individual decisions. Are we giving in Ramadan? Are we giving abroad or in the UK? Exactly where? And we are all part of a solution to create longer term impact.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm just going to ask one final question, because we have to draw this to a close, even though there were so many things that you said that I want to pick up on, which were absolutely brilliant and really good examples as well. But I just wanted to talk about, like, the future, looking forward. What kind of change do you want to see happening in terms of giving and in terms of Muslim community spirit? You know, how do you hope that it will develop in the next, you know, possibly few years or even decade for each of your charities? Shall I start with last first, with Lucy?
So I suppose how we'd like to see things develop is for people to think what actually is most important to them and what is so neglected. And for me, the thing that is most important, but two aspects, most important and most neglected: faith and community. Our faith, our community. And so this is a real opportunity for our zakat to help our faith and our community get cultivated. There is a real danger that our children, or for those of us who are older, grandchildren, may not actually have sufficient faith to even want to be giving zakat. This may be a conversation that in 50 years' time isn't happening. So let's make sure that we have the faith and the strong enough community that we can keep this going and keep zakat achieving the objectives that God wanted it to do, and God has told us what zakat is meant to achieve.
Wonderful, thank you. And Zia?
MashaAllah, very, very eloquently put, and I absolutely wholeheartedly support that. I think, you know, from my perspective, I think the census that's about to come out is going to be very interesting. I think, you know, the last census 10 years ago, which is, it's completely out of date now, but, you know, it gave us a good picture of what our community looked like in terms of demographic and age. And we saw that, you know, I think it was 43% were under the age of 25. So we have a massive, very young, we had a massive and very young, we still do, demographic. And that, you know, a big chunk of that is now going to be at that age of working, of professional life and earning, and then being eligible to give zakat or sadaqah, or, you know, becoming more charitable and more giving. But I think, you know, again, with our demographic, I think our donor base now is a lot more connected, not only in terms of education, but also in terms of the ability to ask questions online, social media, finding information on websites and accounts and reports, and everything is more readily available than it was, let's say, 15, 20 years ago. So I think as organizations, I think it's actually a time when all of our everything that we've been talking about over the last few years really comes to a head in terms of our transparency, in terms of our accountability, in terms of how we operate, and also in terms of getting the message out. So just touching back on some of the points that Fadi raised, this is really an era when with less effort we can reach the masses. And I think if we are going to start changing the narrative on how people give, what people give towards, this is the time to get that message across. But I think, yeah, there's a lot of learning fundamentally on an individual level to better understand what our role is, whether it's from a faith perspective, from a community perspective, and then from that, as that influences the organizations of which some, for example, are focusing purely on zakat and the issues here at home, and others that are trying to address inequalities, poverty, and needs around the world. It's the two things will come together, I think, and we need to kind of, as organizations and as communities, need to be prepared for that, because I think a lot of organizations have basically, I'm not going to, I don't want to say got away with it, but I don't think we've been proactive enough in the way we present, in the way we share information, and the way that we actually engage our donors. It's been a very transactional relationship where donors give to us and khalas, like that's it. That's the extent of the relationship. I think that's going to change drastically in the next decade. And I'll leave it there because otherwise we can go on forever.
I know, and it's so brilliantly put. Thank you so much. And we can actually go on forever, and I wish we could, because you've raised some really important issues for our Muslim communities and in terms of charity. Now, just finally to Fadi, any final remarks about this change that we would like to see?
I think first of all, I would like just to clarify, my first intervention wasn't addressed to my fellow brother and sister on the panel. Is actually my concern and advice to the sector as a whole, and I'm really worried about the direction of the sector, and there is a need to educate and support really the awareness of our community in what to invest and how to invest. And the idea is actually our zakat is going overseas. This is a choice, and we need to be careful of not to confuse the donors that if you're giving your zakat overseas, that means you're doing something wrong. Because I actually was approached with people who start asking this question. I've been giving my zakat for the last 30 years to countries who are in real difficulty and communities who are suffering. Am I doing something wrong? So it's not either or, and we need to be careful. It's not this is halal and this is haram. It is, we need actually to encourage both, but what we need to encourage is really an evidence-based giving, that we tell our community about the needs. We need investment in research, we need investment in data, we need investment in advocating on behalf of the people who are struggling around the world. We can't just keep giving people food when basically the solution for them is political, is advocacy, is influencing basic politicians to change the behavior. And for example, I mean, let's take the Rohingyas issue, for example, is one of them. And giving food forever there is not going to solve their problem. We need our intervention to be strategic. And the same thing here in the UK. What we need is really investment in strategic organizations to make sure the community is lifted. And the most important investment is in the people, to make sure they rise, they represent their community, they can support themselves and support others, inshallah.
Absolutely brilliant. I mean, I feel like we're getting a free consultation of advice right now in this session. It's absolutely fantastic. I want to leave it there and thank you so much. Allah bless you all for all of your works and your efforts, and you are literally, mashallah, carrying the community through what you do. So thank you so much. So thank you to Lucy Bishop-Matthews of National Zakat Foundation, to Zia Salik of Islamic Relief, and Fadi Atani of Muslim Charities Forum. Now I'll pass over to the host of the Ramadan 10 Project conference, and I will say thank you for listening to me chair as well. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum, thanks.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's now time to wrap up the conference. I would like first to thank all our amazing guest speakers and as well Islam Channel for letting us stream on their channel and for being our media partner for this event. As well, I would like to thank all the people who join us on Facebook and YouTube and all the amazing discussion that we have during this conference. We hope, inshallah, that you've taken all benefit of these amazing discussions, and we hope to see you very soon during Ramadan, inshallah. Thank you very much again for attending, and speak to you soon. Assalamu alaikum.